least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time, and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference, where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Here, Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
Good morning, everybody, the distinguished speakers, and a good crowd of audience from more than 6 countries and across different time zones. My name is Martin Žmurnieks, and I will be the moderating this morning's session. I myself work at the Baltic Center for Media Excellence with the Eastern Partnership countries, so I'm in a bit based in Riga, but with one leg and one hand in the region. We will be having a little bit kind of not an easy task today, since the panel is, or our session is about trying to find the policies or the approaches for what the international organizations and players could use to address very divergent and a very challenging region. We see that the last couple of months have made this region even more divergent. Some of the frozen conflicts got frozen even deeper, probably. There's a political turmoil in Belarus at the moment. There are elections going on. So I think the next hour we will spend with very interesting and very provoking debates. And then let me first of all a little bit tell you about how we proceed. At the beginning, all 4 of our speakers will have like 5 minutes each of them for interventions on the topic. Afterwards, based on what we talked, we have like a small discussion and reflections among the speakers and me. And then approximately half of our session will be devoted to your questions, to your reflections, and to make it more as interactive as possible under the online circumstances. And then let's start those interventions. And before I give the floor to Pavel Luzin, I would like briefly introduce you to him and tell that Pavel is currently actively contributing to such media platforms as Riddle and Gemstone Foundation, and is also very often writing for the Moscow Times and Vedemosti, the 2 media outlets based in Russia. And before, Pavel has a long experience working in Russia with security defense issues, being a part of the team of Alexei Navalny, also as a fellow at the Institute of World Economics and International Relations in Moscow, and then teaching at the Perm University and also Higher School of Economics in Russia. So, dear Pavel, please. The floor is yours.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Martin. everyone. So, towards our topic, first of all, we need to analyze the crucial conditions of our current reality. First of all, because I am Russian and I would like to speak mostly about my country. First of all, it is a turbulence around Russia's borders that has been created as by Russia since 2008, 2014, annexation of Crimea and the de facto annexation of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, de facto annexation of Donbass, not the euro. So this turbulence was created by Russia. Also, turbulence that has been created recently by Turkey in Karabakh, as by objective political and economic processes, for instance, in Belarus. The second crucial condition is Russian domestic political uncertainty, because new constitution, institutions of power that were paralyzed by pandemic, and Kremlin is trying to restart the political system of Russia in this reality, pandemic reality and new constitutional reality. And also economic crisis that is influencing on political system of Russia. And despite the current political surrender in Karabakh, and because of the political surrender in Karabakh, Kremlin will need to improve its foreign status, especially towards its neighborhood, in aim to balance domestic political system. So that is the main challenge for Eastern neighborhood at all for coming decade, at least for coming decade. So in face of this long-term uncertainty and unpredictability of Russia, the NATO should improve its solidarity among NATO allies, especially in face of issue of Turkey, and in face of political and economic troubles among the European allies after this pandemic, after the economic crisis that was stimulated by pandemic, and so on. In its turn, the European Union or some EU members should revise and promote the model of prosperity, and the European Union should start to talk in the language of values when it discusses the future of Eastern neighborhood. Because currently the former technocratic approach doesn't work. Especially we can see this during this pandemic crisis. Technocratic approach doesn't work. Europeans have to speak in language of values with Eastern neighborhood, with Russia, and with themselves, it seems. So it seems 5 minutes of. Yeah, I'm finished.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Thank you very much for your thoughts. We'll go to our next speaker, who is Dmitry Terepik this morning with us, and who is currently the Chief Executive at the International Center for Defense and Security, based in Tallinn in Estonia. And as you may know, that center is leading the think tank in Estonia and then regionally, I would say, when it comes to the foreign and security issues, and is also the main player when it comes to setting up and organizing the annual Lennart Meri Conference. Before that, Dmitry used to have like a different post with the Ministry of Defense in Estonia. and mostly focusing on the security risks and researching those security risks, and the risks which includes also caused by the hostile disinformation, societal polarization, ideologies, and many other. Dmitry, please share with us your thoughts.
Thank you, Martin, and good morning, everyone. And I'm very glad to be here. And I must admit that my experience with the Eastern Partnership is very much limited with Ukraine. We are working almost 6 years from now, and with also some insights from Georgia and Moldova. And I like very much the idea of Pavel not addressing so-called technocratic issues. So I'm not going to tell about, let's say, policies related to financial aid from European Union to other countries. And I do understand that European approach to those countries, well, it is inevitable to be focused on macro level and on the various strategic reforms. But, well, my experience is, of course, that no size fits all. And in my country, in Estonia, we say that small can be beautiful. So therefore, I think European Union and other donor organizations should support more so-called grassroots initiatives locally and regionally. And for doing that, of course, very practical steps should be planned. And I just named briefly 4 of them. Of course, European Union and European community in general need to apply a tailored approach to address very specific needs and peculiar interest of various target groups in the regions. That means that we should have very insightful situation awareness for our evidence-based decision-making process about these needs. And that brings me to the second point, that we need to engage fully and to ensure full involvement of local and regional communities, they leaders and opinion leaders, obviously, to work closely with different representatives of various audiences and groups. And it's not just about infrastructure, it's not just about, let's say, good governance or whatever reforms, it's very much about set of values. And that's again brings me to the point Pavel made. It's about mentality, if you wish. It's about perception of democracy in those countries and other cognitive issues, because mindset determines the actions. And if it's not a fully European mindset, that I think our cooperation won't be successful. The third point I would like to highlight is, of course, that with this knowledge about these audiences and their needs and aspirations, we can obviously involve them very smartly into long-term professional exchange with the other European partners. Well, I'm not talking about kind of, a regular university type short-term study programs, but I'm talking more about long-term and result-oriented exchange between professionals, experts and specialists in order to train each other, and of course in order to learn from each other, and actually in order to reshape our own mutual perceptions. So, and the last point I would make for the introduction is that by all actions supported by the European Union and targeted on the Eastern Partnership countries, we should cultivate and promote their self-confidence. And I think the experience of the Baltic states might be very useful, just to remind our own position in early 90s and how low our self-confidence was and how high it is now. So yes, cultivating and promoting self-confidence and the sense of belonging to Europe among various societal groups in these countries, not just among the political elite, which is often the case, because the sense of belonging to Europe and to this European set of values, these are driving forces for real changes on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dmitry. I already have on my paper several, let's say, the follow-up questions or the topics for our further discussion. I'll be happy to use them, but only after our next two speakers will do their introductions. And as the next one, I am very happy to introduce you to Alexei Grigoriev, who is currently the vice chairman of the Baltic to Black Sea Alliance, which is a regional type of the organization with working in the countries of the Eastern Partnership, but with the seat in Riga. And Alex, I would say, is, I think, one of those very few individuals who have had a chance before, while working at the National Democratic Institute, to live in almost all Eastern Partnerships countries except Armenia, and including also Russia on top of it during his long career at the National Democratic Institute. Alex has been also active and is still active at the civil society level, and even been elected to Latvian Parliament and Riga City Council earlier. So Alex, I think 5 minutes are yours, please.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to participate in such company. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the speakers. The topic, I think, of our today's discussion will recur many more times, because some time has passed and the countries are indeed divergent. There is actually surprisingly little to unite them, except the fact that all 6 countries have been part of the Russian Soviet Empire some time ago, and that they are still the arena of Russian attempts to reconstitute that empire in one way or another. Thank you, Pavel, for naming all those territories that are occupied or de facto by Russia. You've forgotten one, and that is Transnistria, or Pridnestrovia in Russian. So that is because although it is not in Russia's neighborhood, formally speaking, is about more than 1,000 kilometers away from Russia. It has Russian troops on its territory, and its budget is decided in Moscow, and so on. So this point is very important, that in all of these territories, Russia is trying to reconstitute its power and its influence. We have seen very recently, several days ago, and here again I disagree with the fact, with the idea that Turkey is behind the war in Karabakh, in southern Caucasus. Surprisingly, if you look at the language of Russia towards the current government of Armenia, of the Russian leadership, and the Azerbaijani leadership, it is the same. It's based on the same set of values and the same. They're talking about Sorosata, the sons or the children of Soros, being in power there. It's a way of derogatory speaking about the government of Armenia. And in that, Russian government and Azerbaijani government are united. the result of the war is actually that in Russia won in the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Something that former leader of Azerbaijan, Heydar Aliyev, has always been strictly against, and that is putting Russian soldiers on the territory of Azerbaijan. Will now happen. They have already arrived, and they are so-called peacekeepers. We know what this peacekeeping is all about. We've seen that in Georgia. We saw that in Moldova, in Transnistria. So there will be peacekeepers. The corridor from Azerbaijan to the Nakhichevan Republic of Azerbaijan will be controlled by FSB, by the border guards of FSB. I also agree with one more, Pavel, you're saying, and that is that we should really be based on the values, that not no realpolitik, but values. This is what European Union at least should be about, and this is the language that we should be talking in this area. So a lot of what we'll have to do here, whether in the countries that are aspiring to become part of the European Union as soon as possible, or in the countries that have not announced such wish, but that will be dealing with Russian efforts to reconstitute its empire. Thank you. I think it's 5 minutes.
You're perfect with timing. Thank you, Alex. And then I'll give you floor to Andis Kudors, but before that, let me also shortly tell about Andis and his experience and career. He's currently, and for already a long time, teaching at the University of Latvia at the Faculty of the Social Sciences, and has a very long engagement at different roles and responsibilities with the Center for East European Studies, which brings Andis also in the area of the Eastern Partnership and Russia. And previously, Andis was very active and widely also at European level at different civil society organizations, including the European Democratic Students Movement and others. Please, Andis.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for having me here. So I will continue with something what Alex finished, I mean, values and norms. And if we look to the European Union as an international player, international actor, we can say that one of the features of European foreign policy is normativity. And normative player and normative power means that both your aims and methods you are using to reach those aims or goals are normative. That means it's just naturally that European Union as a union of democratic countries wants to see in the neighborhood democratic countries, countries with fundamental freedoms, with free market, and with respect to human rights. So, but if you look at this area, Eastern Partnership countries area, it's an area of competitiveness. I mean, it's, of competition. It's area of competition. There are other big players. And of course, first of all, it's Russia. And if we compare like normative player, which works with the rules of conditions, that means there are conditions. We will give you some financial support to Eastern Partnership countries if you will accomplish something in democratic transit, which is okay, which is good. But on the other hand, the other player, like Russia, is a strategic player, and it works without conditions, the same like China does. That means European Union, Russia doesn't care about ethical norms. It's not restricted in foreign policy also by by norms of international law, what we saw in Ukraine, Crimea, for example. So in that kind of competition, unfortunately, in short run, normative player is losing, and in long run, of course, this normativity is a strength of European Union. But in short and in mid term, it doesn't allow to be flexible. And as Pavel already said it about this technocratic approach, I would also call it like bureaucratic approach, which we saw in Eastern Partnership policies. Of course, all that system with monitoring, with the summits, with reports about success in democratic transit, it has to be stay there. But I like flexible approach. And there were, unfortunately, we can see that there was some kind of strategic miscalculation done by so-called collective West. Idea toward Russia many years has been to engage Russia. We saw recent policies, and for example, toward Belarus was EU policy was strictly normative. That means there are conditions. There's no real engagement. And I believe that should be like just opposite. Toward Russia, collective West has to act in normative manner. That means we do not trust words. We only look to the deeds. And toward Eastern Partnership countries, it has to be more flexible. On the end of the day, we will reach our normative goals, which are good. I mean, definitely, we want to see democratic Belarus, democratic Azerbaijan and other countries. But how to get it if the other competitor acts without any conditions? I mean, any constraints. So let's do it simple. Less bureaucracy, more strategic approach. Russian propagandists used to say that EU came as a strategic player and want to control all those Eastern neighboring, Eastern Partnership countries. Actually, it's just opposite. Russia acts as a strategic player. With one hand, they are supporting Belarus. With the other hand, they are taking something like Beltransgaz, for example, many years ago. So on the end of the day, they are controlling something already without any kind of conditions. So let's be flexible, and probably that will be a long way, but then we can see neighbors of EU as a prosperous, secure, and happy. So thank you.
Thank you, Andis. I see that we are already having questions coming in. I just want to say to our audience that they are taking note, and we will go back to them so nothing will be forgotten. But before we go to the audience questions, I would like to ask for our speakers, do you want to respond or to add to anything which was told before? Please just raise your hand and okay, if there's no at the moment, I would like a little bit to challenge the several suggestions actually which were told today, and one of them was about the value approach, which I mostly understood you all four share about this, plus or the minus. Could you, each of you, just shortly say me, what would you see as what EU and where NATO could specifically do when it is about this value approach? Bearing into the mind that the EU has the difficulties itself following its own values, as we see the big conditionality discussions about the breaching some of the EU basic values. So that, please, could you have some suggestions on this value avenue? And then may I start this time from Andis?
Of course. So when we think about like common foreign policy of EU and in NATO itself, we have to remember there are many member states which has to agree among each other before there is some kind of action. On the other side, there is a one player, Russia, with a decision-making process, like fast decision-making process, like typically for authoritarian states. And of course, NATO is also not just military alliance; it's an alliance of values as well. But it's only for those members who are already in. We remember what happened in Georgia when in 2008 we didn't give them map. I mean, membership action plan. And just after that, Russia came really fastly with a war in Georgia, because the point of view from like Russian Kremlin perspective is the military perspective of military strategy, and we can also use word geopolitics. That means they are always looking who is controlling this. The idea that small countries cannot be really sovereign states. This is really popular among people in Kremlin and people in the Russian defense institutions. That means if they can see that there is some kind of open space. For example, just after Barack Obama pronounced his strategies that the United States is turning to the Pacific area, Pacific Ocean area, and in other places, and just left Central Europe as it is. So for Russia, that was green light. This is this free space. We can go. I'm afraid that, yeah, even if we want to promote values, we have to think strategically, and then we can reach our aims. Otherwise, it's just bureaucratic approach without good results.
Thank you, Andis. Sorry for a bit interrupting you. Let's go to Alex on something specific on the values, and please be shorter. We have like questions. Alex, your microphone? Yeah.
Yes, I have unmuted it. So one thing about values is to basically live up to our own concepts, and that is that every country that is in Europe can become member of the European Union. So some countries want to become members. So why not say so and open this perspective to them? I'm talking about Ukraine, of course, first and foremost, and of course, and as well Georgia and Moldova. Yes, their way may be longer or shorter, or may involve some conditionality, but their European perspective should be more openly open to them. Well, in some countries where we are, you can stop me if I talk too long.
If I may stop you, because your idea was about this values and the membership as one of the reflection of the real value. Let's go to Dmitry, please.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I wouldn't agree that European Union has some problems with the values. As a union, I think our values are quite clear. Well, there are some countries within those countries, there are some, let's say, nasty politicians and some political movements who might have some problems with their values. But in general, I think European Union is very much clear about the values within the union and the values we are projecting to our neighbors.
Yep. Thank you, Dmitry. Pavel?
So we speak for decades about freedom and freedoms, but sometimes it seems we forget the word justice, fairness, and capitalism, because freedom without capitalism is impossible. And currently, Eastern neighborhood of Europe has a lot of problem with capitalism, as in Russia, as in Belarus, as in Ukraine, for instance, and so on.
Thank you.
That's all.
I think this would be the right, since we have approximately 25 minutes left for our discussion, and I see there are already more than 5 questions from our participants. Let's go to the audience questions. And one of the first which came in, and which I would like Pavel as the first actually to respond to, and then also our participants to add, is what could be the first steps to start a conversation with Russia without making NATO seem weak, as very much Russia likes the language of power, not diplomacy? So that's basically, let's talk a little bit about those engagement rules or the engagement framework with Russia.
It's a tricky question, because I'm afraid that without current domestic political circumstances of Russia, it's impossible to achieve some good results of any dialogue. So we have to wait the transition of power in Russia. Maybe it will be in coming years, maybe it will be in coming decade, or even later. But currently, it's impossible to achieve something strategic. But in tactical issues like, especially in defense area, especially in security, like, for example, turning on transponders on aircrafts, for example, prevent some, I don't know, some dangerous behavior in outer space. I mean, military satellites and some other deals. For instance, long-range ground-based cruise missiles that are based in Western military districts of Russia. And first of all, we have to understand whether or not the START treaty will be prolonged, and for what prospect it should be prolonged. Many other tactical issues.
Thank you. Is there anybody who wants to add, please? Alex? Alex Anandis. Yeah, Alex, go first, please.
Russia has a rich and diverse civil society. So engaging Russia, I would suggest, should first and foremost engage civil society of Russia.
Thank you. Andis?
Not Kremlin.
Andis?
Yeah, thank you. If I'm not mistaken, the question was about NATO policy, how NATO should
NATO could,
react
but
to
I think we can
show itself as
easily
a
extend to
strong
EU as
alliance.
well.
And EU as well. Okay, I will say shortly about both. I think we cannot, we should not demand much from NATO as an international player. The aim and goal of NATO is to protect their member countries, and that's it. We cannot do something outside of NATO only if there is United Nations Security Council decision, like in Afghanistan. And why it was successful? Because Russia, as a member of United Nations Security Council, Russia also was interested to do something in Afghanistan. So other places, I'm afraid we cannot do much. I really support Georgia and Ukraine as a members in future of NATO, but on this moment, I mean, NATO cannot do something like special. NATO can say that fifth paragraph is in charge for all NATO countries. That's it. For EU, I agree with Alex. Yeah, the engagement with civil society is really important, of course. And to the officials, there is another type of language, is sanctions. And that's it. So EU in those Eastern Partnership countries, EU has to show muscles more than NATO. Thank you.
And then we do have a question. Actually, can we expect restart in relations with Russia in the near future? If each of you could quickly, yep, please, Andis.
I'm afraid reset is impossible because of character of Russian power nowadays. So it's just impossible. We have to have strategic patience in relations with Russia, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pavel?
Yeah, I'm agree with Andis. I'm afraid no, because you know, Kremlin does not respect European Union and European countries, leaders of European countries, because Kremlin respects, for example, power like Mr. Erdogan. Kremlin respects the United States and considers that European Union is just a kind of satellites of United States. So currently, Kremlin, I'm afraid, is not ready to speak with Europeans in equal manner.
Thank you. If there's nobody wants to add anything else on the restart, we have a next question, where is one of the problems with the Eastern Partnership is the lack of results. This is a little bit like the statement, which we can agree on, and which we can also disagree. I would love that the first who could volunteer to say and to evaluate the Eastern Partnership and say, haven't been there really no results, or there have been results, and what have been those results? If there's no volunteer, I will pick the speaker. So, Dmitry, I know you're smiling. You probably have some good answer.
Well, I don't know, is it a good answer or not, but I think it's always about our perceptions of those results we anticipated or we expected. And in a good sense, of course, our naivety, I think, wasn't paid enough in terms of, let's say, such countries like Moldova or even Ukraine. But then again, we should compare the situation not just, let's say, for last 4 or 5 years, but on the longer term. And, you know, these cardinal changes within the societies, they really take time. And, well, I think we should apply this strategic patience Andis told regarding Russia. I think we should be equally patient regarding Ukraine, Georgia, and maybe also Moldova. Because, again, this change management requires a special mindset within the society across different groups. And if we would like to see deliveries just in a European bureaucratic matter, you know, ticking the boxes and approaching it with this European standards, then I think we will be disappointed each time we apply that. So again, I think it's a two-way traffic, and we need those countries to be on board and to introduce, let's say, the standards of good governance, but I think it will be fool for us to expect quick results, knowing actually that there is a malicious influence against these countries. I mean, we are not playing in a vacuum. We are not playing, let's say, in a box between the European Union and, let's say, Ukraine or Moldova. There is also a third party there, the Kremlin, or let's say other parties who interfere seriously. So they, of course, use different gaps within the societies, and they explore vulnerabilities. And all of that, of course, makes it much more difficult, complicated, and obviously slower.
Yeah, thank you. Andis, please.
Thank you. Just to add what Dmitry said, of course, association agreements are success. Travel for citizens of Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, this is success. Especially if we look to the official Russia, who had been lobbying many years free visa regime between EU and Russia, and didn't success and didn't receive it. So in that sense, those three countries got it. So it's not super big, but still it is. Look to the Freedom House nations in transit rank. All the best, of course, front runners are three Baltic states and Slovenia. And for Eastern Partnership countries, there's, as already Alex told, there is no real prospect to become EU member countries. Why we were so successful in the 90s, in beginning of this century, in democratic reforms in the Baltic states, because we saw real option, real possibility to become full member of EU. So we have to think about carrot also when we think about how to engage those Eastern Partnership countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Andis. So does anyone else wants to add to this question? Okay, then we go to next one, and it reads as, towards joining the EU and the NATO. Like, is there a real aim for the Eastern Partnership, or it has become an illusion? I think here what the representative of the audience means is more like talking about the Eastern Partnership or any other policy could replace EU membership and NATO membership. So that shouldn't we actually focus more on the clearly cut EU membership, for instance, and then put aside other things and then strategically go for this EU that could boost the process better? What would be your comments, please? Alex, maybe you have some ideas on this.
Well, and I'll start with success. You know, like it's very much how we describe success. You know, what is successful, and then we can measure only then. Of course, well, there are other ways of possibly getting close to EU and NATO, which is short of membership. This special ally status is that Ukraine has. I think special ally of the United States. I think that is a very strong strong status, and so there are all kinds of possible descriptions that can be a little short of the actual thing, but the actual prospects should always be there. And I think the person who asked this question meant, aren't we replacing by talk and by this Eastern Partnership something, the actual prospect of joining? EU and NATO. I think that we should be very very outspoken and careful in not substituting, in saying that this is a useful instrument for cooperating with these countries, sometimes more, sometimes less useful, but it does not substitute the real thing, and then it would not. I don't think that it was meant to as a substitution, and I agree with Andres that especially with Ukraine, the association agreement is very very deep, very minute. It is very successful. It has opened trade with European Union for Ukraine. Ukraine is successfully using these trade opportunities, but we don't hear about it that much. It is successful, and it is not a substitute, especially if we don't see it as a substitute.
Thank you, Alex, for very well putting it. If there's no more willing to talk on this, we can go to the next question, because I think we are left with like 10 minutes and 3 questions. We will make it. And this question will go to Andis. So probably some of your students. So how flexible, and it goes back about the values and flexibility and normativeness. How flexible can we be in our values when in the conversation with the Eastern neighbors in the east of Europe? To what can we close our eyes and to what we cannot, where we can compromise and where we can't? Andis, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a good one. I think it's not like some two opposite elements. It's just we have to work in both in the same time. We have to keep in mind that our goal is democratic and free and prosperous and secure countries in our neighborhood. Of course, the question is how to get it, how to reach it. For example, this normative policy toward Belarus didn't give success many years, and only after Belarusians themselves start to believe that they can be free, they can change something. They are still on the streets, and I highly support them. I hope there will be really good results of all those protests. So it has to be both. We just do not, we cannot stop ourselves in engagement. If we see that those countries are with some lack of democracy, we can engage in different kind of ways, like people-to-people contacts, and in also to promote business relations, etc. Just keep in mind that goals are the same, but the methods to engage are different, and it's not something which goes in opposite, like in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Andis. Is anyone willing to add something? Alex, did you raise a hand or? We don't hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Can you hear me now? Well, I lived and worked in a country that is very much an epitome of a European realistic approach, and that is Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has been very important for Europe and also for the United States as the country through which the gas and oil from Central Asia and from Azerbaijan itself was going to Georgia and further to Turkey and to Southern Europe. and Europe in general, and the West in general. So in that sense, Azerbaijan has been very, very important. Azerbaijan is an authoritarian state. It pretends not very successfully to be a democracy. It tries to buy various politicians in Western Europe to go there to eat the black caviar and to announce that they've never seen a better democracy than Azerbaijan. But because of the importance, the criticism of the country has really been muted, even if it existed. There are scandals from time to time, but it's still. Has it been working? I doubt it. Is Azerbaijan extremely important? It is. It was also important for the United States as a hub on the way to Afghanistan at the time when the United States was delivering troops and materials to Afghanistan, and later when it was withdrawing troops and materials from Afghanistan. So that is another, in addition to Belarus, a very important example. I would also say, and maybe it's not really connected, that I think the European Union and the OSCE, but the European Union mostly, has not put enough effort into resolving the Karabakh conflict. And now it has been resolved in an extremely unsuccessful manner, and dangerous manner, involving new conflicts in the future. So I think that if there was this realpolitik approach to Azerbaijan, well, it should have somehow extended in peacemaking efforts towards the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict. If it had been, European Union would have had a better rating in Azerbaijan with the population and with its leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Well, let's go to the next question. And as I like to say, there is no hour without a COVID. And also we have a question about, and a very good question, I think, if the COVID crisis can improve or impair the future democratization process and, in general, development of the Eastern Partnership and the relationship between the Eastern Partnership and the EU. So, Pavel, please.
Yeah, this question, I'm afraid, is not about democratization, because during this pandemic, we see the ghost of new totalitarianism, not only in China or in authoritarian states, but also in European states, in Israel, where governments, national governments just want to preserve themselves, want to keep their power, want to keep their political positions, and they announce lockdowns by lockdowns and so on and so on. I'm afraid it's not about democracy. It's about new edition of totalitarianism, maybe digital totalitarianism, and so on and so on. And also the so-called success of China in struggling with COVID may be very attractive for many other states in this world. It's illusion that COVID crisis will lead us to further democratization. It is much more probable that it will lead us to other authoritarian trend or totalitarian trend. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pavel. Is probably there's somebody who could have, if not entirely opposite opinion, but then also some other positive side effects what the COVID crisis has done in the Eastern Partnership, in our Eastern neighborhood. Like, because there are thoughts that, for instance, in case of the Belarus, actually, that was something which also fueled the civic activism. Yeah, please, Dmitry.
I'm not going to talk about Belarus, although, of course, my minds are totally with the democratic people of that republic. But again, about Ukraine, I think that crisis, again, combined with the unfortunate and high incompetence of Ukrainian government, exposed a lot of vulnerabilities within Ukrainian society and a lot of, again, bad practices of governance. And knowing a little bit Ukrainians, I think that could be, again, a good push for them. So they understood, basically, that their expectations and unfulfilled dreams about the current government will already about to end. And since it's, again, functional democracy, not in a way we wish to be, but still, I think they will change that ruling elite very quickly, and that might be for good. Or at least I still maintain that optimism that, you know, explored and evident gaps because of the crisis, and combined with this incompetence of Zelensky team, might be for good for Ukrainian society.
Thank you. If there's no other thoughts to put on top of all what we talked today, I see that our time is also over. First of all, thank you so much to all four of our brilliant speakers, to all the capitals and places you are right now, and also apologize to those questions which couldn't make, because the 1 hour is the maximum what we have today. I know that our new leaders group has a lot of other engagements today and tomorrow. So thank you for joining us all together, and thank you for your patience staying online. I know this is not the easiest and most pleasant thing on this online thing in these days. Thank you very much. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be a order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid welfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Here, Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time, and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference, where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time, and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize a conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Here Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time, and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference, where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time, and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference, where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time, and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference, where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time, and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference, where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga.
Forum today on the margins of the annual Riga Conference. The quadrilateral initiative, informally named the Quad, first began in May 2007 with a meeting between the US, Japan, India and Australia in the Philippines capital Manila. The informal grouping, championed by Japan's then Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, was viewed by analysts as an attempt to step up cooperation in the face of rapidly rising China. Prime Minister Suga told reporters he would seek to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific and also build stable relations with neighboring countries, including China and Russia. So when Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo greeted each other in front of a bank of American and Japanese flags on October 6, 2020 in Tokyo, they exchanged what was surely the longest first bump in their nation's 7-decade alliance, a nearly 15-second joining of knuckles. U.S. State Secretary Pompeo remarks on October 6 evening. He said that the Quad's members needed to protect their people from China's exploitation, corruption, and coercion. And he blamed China for a cover-up of initial coronavirus outbreak in Wuhan. A statement about Mr. Pompeo's meeting with the Australian Foreign Minister Marisa Payne described their discussions of China's malign activity in the region. On 16-18 of September, the World Leadership Alliance Club de Madrid and the Boston Global Forum co-organized the Policy Lab, Transatlantic Approaches on Digital Governance, a new social contract in the age of artificial intelligence, in which presidents, prime ministers, distinguished thinkers, and scholars discuss the social contract for the artificial intelligence age. And so, as significant standards for world politics, economy, and in the 21st century. You can hear me? Can you hear me now? I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me. We have made sure that, it's like the internet is triple secured. So please let me know if you can hear me from Riga. Give me a sign, a nod or something, because our technical experts are checking the communications now. So if you can hear me, just give me a nod or something. We are trying to reestablish our internet communications with you. How is the internet connection going on? I'll keep up speaking, just to make sure you can hear me on the other side of the screen in different capitals across the globe. So probably also this is one of the indications that, we have to make sure our capabilities are up to the task, for the Euro-Atlantic partners and also for the global partners, for the Western community that is upholding liberal democratic values. Please let me know when you can hear me, when there's anything like any sound that reaches you. Then I will continue, with the introduction, and probably I have to cut it a little bit shorter now.
We can hear you.
You can hear me. That's very good. So today is our task is to address a couple of important questions. How can the Quad group support and maintain peace and security? What is the role of each member? How can the Quad contribute to peace and security in the European, Atlantic and Baltic regions? How can democratic governments support and use the social contract for the artificial intelligence age, standards for international relations for peace and security? How can democratic governments recognize and implement the social contract for the artificial intelligence age, especially when the liberal world order is under the siege of the revisionist, totalitarian, and autocratic governments? So to address all these issues, I am very pleased to introduce the panel, which consists of leaders from the United States, Japan, Australia, and India, including decision makers and policymakers, legislators, distinguished speakers, innovators, and heads of top corporations, discussing solutions toward world peace and security, especially about urgent issues. I want to inform you all, the outcome of this meeting will be a report with recommendations provided to the President of the United States, Prime Ministers of Japan, Australia, India, and also the leaders of the United Kingdom, the EU, Germany, Japan, Canada, and the Baltic states. To address all these issues, I'm very pleased to introduce many distinguished speakers. Governor Michael Dukakis, Chairman of the Boston Global Forum, Yasuhide Nakayama, Defense Minister of Japan, Senator Kimberly Kitching, Chair of Foreign Affairs, Defense and Trade Reference Committee from Australia, and the fourth speaker is Ambassador P.S. Raghavan, Chairman of the National Security Board of India. I'll give each of you 20 minutes to express your position on the subject matter. Shortly before the expiration of the 20-minute time slot, I'll show you a little sign, which I hope you can see from here. Very old-fashioned for a very modern discussion addressing top-level challenges. After you will conclude your remarks, please let me know, and then I'll introduce the next speaker to the auditorium. When all of you will have your remarks complete, I'll give also a floor for the questions and answers to the audience that is watching us from different places across the globe. So I have an honor to give the floor to the first speaker, Governor Michael Dukakis, Chairman of the Boston Global Forum. And I expect, it's like assuming he would also address issues that stem from the results of the US presidential election and the challenges that we may face ahead for the next 4 years. I would welcome him also to talk about the challenges President Biden might address during his first term into the office. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I'll try to keep this to something less than 20 minutes so we give some time for others and expand the amount of time we have for discussion. Obviously, the big news in the United States right now is the presidential election and Biden's overwhelming victory in the popular vote. Now, many of you probably are as confused as the rest of us about this electoral college thing and why the United States still insists on operating with an institution that should have been abolished 150 years ago. In point of fact, Biden won by over 5 million votes, and it may get to 6 million before this is over. And this election should have been called by midnight on Tuesday of Election Day. But because of the Electoral College, we have this extended process that is still going on in some states. It's not going to change the result. Biden's going to win this, already has. But at some point, I hope in my lifetime, we'll get rid of the Electoral College and count the votes and decide who, in fact, has won. And we could have done that the night of the election because it was pretty obvious that Biden was going to win. In any event, we're going to have to put up with this for a while. And in the meantime, the incumbent president and some of the people around him are still talking about fraud and mistakes made during the election. One of the things that was remarkable about this election was the integrity of the process under both Republican and Democratic secretaries of state who are responsible for running elections in the United States. It was really, really, really amazing. And in fact, I don't know if all of you are aware of this. I mean, the folks that are from the United States are, but we have a Republican Secretary of State in Georgia who has been asked to resign by two of the candidates for the United States Senate from Georgia, which will not be resolved until the 5th of January. For reasons I'm not sure I understand. He sounds to me like somebody who takes his job seriously, believes that the process has got to be honest and open and transparent, and in fact has done so. And he and the other secretaries of state in the rest of the 49 states, I think have done, regardless of party, have done a remarkable job of running as fine an election as we've ever had in the United States. And is one of the reasons why it's clear who the winner is. Biden is now more than 5 million votes ahead of Trump. and I'm quite confident that he'll be taking office. But we need to do some work in the United States on how we elect presidents. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, every by midnight on Tuesday, everybody knew who had won the election, and yet we're still fiddling around with a handful of states that still haven't been called, and so on. I mean, there we are. Now, part of the problem is that we've got a very strange guy in the White House. And at some point, he's going to have to decide that he's got to leave. But one of the reasons he got defeated so decisively is because people don't understand him. They don't like him in many cases, although he does have a strong following, almost a cult-like following. And it's one of the reasons why he's going to be leaving office. But to continue to hang on under these circumstances and to seriously challenge the result is, I think, typical of Trump and who he is. He's not going to go anywhere with this, and in fact, he's going to have to leave office on the 20th of January. But at least for the time being, we're going to have to deal with a guy. He has not conceded. He has not called his opponent, which is normally what happens under these circumstances. And one of the fortunate things, I want to spend a little time on this, about this, is that in Joe Biden, we have somebody who is as experienced as anybody who has ever run for the presidency. A fine United States senator who was there for many, many years, a very active vice president to Barack Obama, and somebody who knows the office, understands the office, has been deeply and actively involved in the office, and is as well prepared to take the office of the presidency as anybody, I think, in American history. And he is not wasting time, and he's not spending a lot of time worrying about Donald Trump. He's already named his chief of staff, Ron Klain, who was very, very good. And I expect that we'll see a steady stream of appointments that Biden will be naming and making in the course of the next days and weeks. So it's not as if we have a new president who isn't quite sure what to do. He knows what to do. He's been there. He already has a robust transition organization. And I think you'll see a lot of activity beginning right now as he puts his administration together. At what point is Trump going to wake up and realize that he's got to leave office? It's an interesting question. I've always wondered about Trump and just how sound he is mentally, and I'm serious about this.
He isn't.
And Natalie says he isn't. He certainly is different from anybody that's ever taken this office. And for many of us, a disaster, especially when it comes to our role in the world. Let me just spend a little time talking about that if I can, but don't hesitate to put up the sign. I'm somebody who believes, and I'm now 87 years of age, so I've been on this planet a long time. I'm somebody who believes that the challenges we face as an international community are not only existential. Climate alone is part of that. But it's inconceivable to me that we would once again go to war, any of us, when I say we, all of us, at a time when the future of the planet as an entity is threatened. by climate change. I mean, we don't have time to waste on wars. We've got we've got work to do to make sure that this little planet of ours remains healthy and viable and continues to make progress. And that's what we ought to be working on right now and in the weeks and months and years ahead. And I'm not naive. Just celebrated my 87th birthday on election day, by the way. So I've been around a long time. But I think we have an opportunity for the first time in human history to create a planet in which war is ruled out as a means for settling disputes between and among countries. And I mean this. And that's what we ought to be working on. Doesn't mean that we're not going to have differences from time to time. We see those differences in our own countries, in our own legislative bodies. But I'm a strong believer that the United Nations, with strong support from all of us, can play the role that Franklin Roosevelt originally hoped it would play. Not just in keeping the peace, but in building a strong and prosperous and peaceful world. And that's what our task ought to be about. Not suggesting it's going to be easy, but we haven't got time for war. We've got climate problems that are very, very serious and threaten the future of the planet. We're also fellow human beings. I think one of the worst things about Trump has been his disdain for the diplomatic process. I thought that the Obama administration's negotiation of the nuclear agreement with Iran was one of its finest hours. And I was very proud of the fact that my former lieutenant governor, John Kerry, was deeply and actively involved, as was one of the principal negotiators who, if you can believe this, many, many years ago, ran the state of Maryland for me in the 1988 presidential campaign. Both she and Kerry deeply and actively and successfully involved in those negotiations. One of the other things that we kind of forget in the United States is that we killed Iranian democracy in 1953. Iran was at the time, the only Middle Eastern country with a democratic government. And we killed it, overthrew it, at the request of the Brits that were very upset about the fact that the new Iranian government was talking about taking over the oil industry, which it was their perfect right to do. And thereby consigned the Iranian people to 27 years of a brutal dictatorship. And it's one of the reasons why we're having problems these days with Iran. In any event, that negotiation, which produced an agreement on Iran and its nuclear role, I thought was one of the best things the United States had done in a long time. And for Trump to come along and essentially ignore what had been done, walk away from the agreement, and then impose sanctions on the Iranians when we were the ones that broke the agreement, is something that is very hard to understand. And it's part of a lot of the problems that we've had with Trump. In any event, I hope, and I want to conclude with this, that we can get back on track with a U.S. role that is constructive, that is devoted to resolving differences, that once again doesn't assert a dominant American role, but a constructive American role in helping us to build a better world. I think that's possible. I think the fact that we start with a new president who is very experienced, understands, is not fearful of the process that is required. And I think for the most part has the respect of world leaders in their countries around the world is a very, very good step in the right direction. He's not going to need a lot of time to get up to speed and get going. And I hope that you and our sister nations will be providing real support to this new administration and to what I hope and expect is going to be a much more constructive role for it and for the United States generally as we seek to put together the pieces of what has happened under Trump, something which I think can be done very, very quickly and very successfully. And if I sound like an optimist, I am. But this has been a very difficult 4 years for you, for us, and for the world. And I hope it's the last time we'll ever have to go through anything quite like this. We should be better than this. The world deserves better. And I hope and expect that my country will play a very constructive role. Now, if you say to me, so what's going to happen in 4 years? I can't tell you that. By that time, I'll be 91 years of age. But still an optimist and still convinced that as a world community, we can do great things together and look forward to doing that with all of you and our sister nations. We've got a lot to do. Much hope, significant progress that has been made despite what has happened over the past 4 years in the United States. And I think all of us in the U.S. are looking forward to resume a constructive role with you in building the kind of world that we need and want. So thanks for listening and look forward to what the rest of you have to say and how optimistic you are that we can make real progress here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Governor Dukakis. We are very optimistic here in Europe. We are very much welcoming the new president who is a staunch transatlanticist. We very much are bracing for the transition of the power, despite it sometimes, as you noted, looks reminiscent, almost like in former Soviet Union, that the results of the election suggest my departure, but I so much want to be a president. I hope, this result will bring back the European solidarity and the transatlantic solidarity without which the European solidarity is impossible. But to address the future challenges, I would like to turn to probably one of our best Western transatlantic global international allies, Japan. And I would like to ask Defense Minister Yasuhide Nakayama, and you are also a member of the new cabinet. And I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. How is your cabinet viewing the role of Japan for world peace and security? And maybe you could reflect also about the social contract for the artificial intelligence age, since this new technology and artificial intelligence projects bring lots of benefits, but also the challenges, especially to the countries that strongly embrace the liberal democratic order, which is led by the United States. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nakayama Yasuhide, State Minister of Defense, Japan. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Thank you very much. And it's a very great honor to join this meeting, especially very honorable Michael Dukakis, and also San. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a very honor to be invited back to the Boston Global Forum. And I am humbled and grateful to given this opportunity to speak with you today. The themes of today's conference are two parts, the Quad Group and AI. Both are very timely and important issues to address. The two themes may seem unrelated, yet both are important keywords as we look at the future landscape of the global security environment. Not only are they important for the peace and security of each and every country present here today, but also they are indispensable in discussing our efforts to uphold and to reinforce our common goal of achieving a free and open Indo-Pacific. In recent years, the world is experiencing greater uncertainty in wide range of areas. The COVID-19 pandemic, which generated from China, quickly spread it around the globe and has accelerated this trend. It is crucially important now more than ever for the international community and to work together in tackling today's problems, including in the development of COVID-19 vaccines. It is based on this recognition that Japan, the United States, Australia, India, four like-minded countries that share fundamental values and the vision of free and open Indo-Pacific have come together and are cooperating in secure the present and future peace and safety of the Indo-Pacific region. It is important to note that this vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific by no means exclusive. It is inclusive. It is open to any and all nations that share the same pursuits. As you know, in the diplomatic field, the foreign ministers of these four countries met and convened the first quadrilateral ministerial in New York in September 2019 and gathered again last month in Tokyo, which garnered wide media coverage. During the period between the two foreign ministerial meetings, we as humanity have been forced to fight against the global spread of COVID-19. The pandemic has strongly hit every aspect of our life. We have been forced to carry out a new lifestyle, coined as new normal. Various restrictions, both international and domestic, hindered the free movement of people worldwide. But despite challenges, we've managed to continue our communication by online tools. We will continue to help and support one another, sharing our experience and the lessons learned from combating COVID-19 as common knowledge for all humanity. There is a renewed recognition that disease and infection control are important fields that cannot be separated from national security. However, it is because of this that the four like-minded countries are joining hands with profound solidarity and resolve to help and support the people of the world. To give you an example, in July this year, we were engaged in disaster relief operations in response to damage caused by heavy rain and the flooding in Japan. The operations were carried out with extra precaution against COVID-19 and lasted for a month. And they completed with no personnel being infected by the coronavirus. We believe that data and knowledge on the disease and infection control are common knowledge for all humanity and should be widely shared with transparency. Starting from the early stages of the pandemic, Japan Ministry of Defense shared our knowledge and lessons learned on COVID-19 with 83 nations and 6 international institutions. We will continue to share our findings with the world, as we believe that such effort will lead to protection of lives and peaceful living of people. Meanwhile, we see that China is proactively sending medical supplies and medical experts to countries hit by COVID-19. Some have pointed out that China is uh, leveraging its support to these countries in an effort to expand its sphere of influence and to redesign the international and the regional order to its strategic advantage. Not only that, but the midst of an ongoing pandemic and when country needs to work together, China has continued its attempts to alter the status quo by coalition in both the East and South China Seas. Moreover, we believe that it is important for countries to cooperate in not only information sharing, but also to work closely in exchanging views on the impact that infections disease could have on defense and security. As we engage in cooperation, such as capacity building in countries vulnerable to infectious disease or counter dissemination of false information. It is important that we share views on infectious disease to strengthen a rule-based international order, especially on false information or so-called fake news. We see this as a serious problem that requires greater attention on information literacy, the ability to think critically and to determine what is true and false. The same ability is required when using the international or AI, internet or AI. It's important that we try to solve problems based on accurate information, spirit of mutual understanding, and in accordance to the law and through dialogues. Talking about a little more about the defense cooperation between the four countries just this month. The four countries participated in the naval exercise called Malabar as a tangible way to showcase our cooperation. This marked a great achievement with participation by the four countries that support a free, open, and rules-based Indo-Pacific. Also demonstrating the close cooperation and presence of the four countries in the region. I'd like to underscore that all nations agreeing to uphold and to reinforce a free and open Indo-Pacific are welcomed, as we all need to work together in meeting the various challenges of the world. Next, according to today's theme, I'd like to discuss how Japan Ministry of Defense is planning to utilize AI to further enhance our defense capabilities so that we can better support and protect fundamental values such as democracy and the rule of law. With AI application, IoT will connect everyone and everything and will instantly share a vast amounts of various knowledge and information. AI is technology indispensable for the creation of future innovations and new values. It is for this reason that the Japanese government announced the launch of Society 5.0, a vision for the future shape of Japan, to create a society with a high degree of convergence between cyberspace and real physical space. The government as a whole is now working to implement AI technology. For instance, big data will be analyzed by AI, and the analytical results will be fed back to humans by robots or other forms. With AI application, we can expect new values to be introduced to our industries and society in ways not possible before. On the other hand, as we've experienced in the past, scientific developments can lead to greater prosperity. Yet I can also present new challenges to national security. Unfortunately, we are now faced with the same problem. Development in AI technology and greater connectivity with IoT have created new challenges to national security. In other countries, the use of AI is private sectors have led to the development of new military technologies, such as drone swarms, and also renewed information warfare threats, such as dissemination of fake news. It is being suggested that in the near future, superiority in AI adaptation will decide how battles would be fought. As noted in the current edition of the National Defense Program's guidelines and the medium-term defense program, in order to deal with the surrounding security environment, which is increasingly severe and opaque, the Ministry of Defense and the self-defense forces are focusing efforts to invest in AI application and other potentiality game-changing technologies. Moreover, taking into consideration the country's aging population, aging population, and low birth rate, we will proactively promote the use of fully automated device and or labor-saving machineries. Also, in order to establish new defense capabilities while making the best use of limited resources and capital, we will proactively promote the use of AI in areas such as information analysis and or force operation. It's being said that using big data maximize the performance of AI. We at the Ministry of Defense and the self-defense forces have accumulated vast amounts of data from various operations such as day-to-day intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and logistical support activities. Our institutions have also obtained large volumes of data through years of research and development. We believe that by using data also made available by the public sector will further enhance the performance of AI. I'd like to now briefly share two specific examples of AI application. For data analysis, it's important that we use, in addition to the wide variety of information that we at the Ministry of Defense already have, to also include big data made available on the internet and or other sources to conduct a comprehensive analysis. However, it requires a great deal of time process big data on the internet. By using AI to collect and organize open source information, while we humans analyze the collected information by AI, we would be able to not only save time and labor in eliminating biased information, but also to efficiently collect information and conduct its analysis. We also need to keep in mind that the intermediate stage of AI processing is usually a black box. This creates an inherent problem of reliability, fairness, and accountability associated with AI application. To overcome this problem, it's important that AI is used with correct knowledge and to develop human resources equipped with the right skill sets to do so. For Japan, a country with few natural resources and again and shrinking population, human resources are considered national treasure that will support and produce future made in Japan. This is why it's important that the country as whole works to develop human resources capable in AI. We at the Japan Ministry of Defense are planning to apply AI to a greater number of equipments in the future. Given limited resources, we plan to maximize our effectiveness by developing defense capabilities equipped with AI applications. Besides these unique efforts, we believe that the cooperation with countries that share fundamental values in crucial in securing a free and open Indo-Pacific. Currently, we, the Japan Ministry of Defense, are working with like-minded countries in the fields of space and cyber. IoT has connected people and objects and expanded new security domains such as space, cyber, and electromagnetic spectrum. It is important that we engage in international discussion on new security challenges presented by AI applications such as laws, autonomous lethal weapon system. We see the need to work together with like-minded countries in establishing international norms that are consistent with fundamental values. Looking back at the history, countries have completed on the new lines of changes that have occurred by progress made in science and technology, like AI and cyber. Yet, at the end of the day, it all comes down to people and the decisions that we as humans make. No matter how great the technology, in the end, it is us humans, our minds and soul that make the final decision. All conflicts have occurred because of wrong decisions made by politicians. So I think it is important to always ask ourselves, how do we not repeat the same mistakes? How do we hedge against such risks as a politician? This is the question that I grapple with every day. In conclusion, I wish to underscore our strong commitment to further deepen our cooperation with each and every country to deal with new security challenges presented by AI applications and other emerging technologies. Also, as a country representing the Indo-Pacific, we will no longer be Japanese, but instead we will be Japanese, a country that is needed by our partners to continue working together to lead in securing for free, open, inclusive, and prosperous in the Pacific, and to protect the lives and peaceful living of people around the world. AI can also be read in Japanese, I in Japanese, which means love. And it is with much love, that I hope to deepen our mutual understanding of the Indo-Pacific region and about emerging technologies. Thank you for your kind attention. ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, dear Defense Minister. And it was awesome to watch, how you linked love together with common values and our possibility to cope like simultaneous challenges stemming from natural disasters, pandemic, malign informational campaigns, lack of people, demographic challenges that we are facing here in Central Eastern Europe to the AI. But eventually we have to focus on the human capital, on the interests of the societies to keep all, not only Indo-Pacific region, but also international community that is supporting liberal democratic values, open and transparent. On this remark, I would like to turn to our next panelist, Senator Kimberly Kitching, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Defense and Trade Reference Committee from Australia, one of the Western partners. And I want to ask you, what kind of challenges do you see from your perspective? Are they shared with those of Japan? And also, could you elaborate on a social contract for the artificial intelligence age? What are the requirements we should consider to uphold the benefits of digital economy and also benevolent international relationships? The floor is yours.
Thank you. And it's a great pleasure to join such distinguished panelists at this crucial moment in history, as we've heard from Governor Dukakis, and to discuss the common security of all our countries and of the whole Asia-Pacific region. But I'd also like to note that it's a great pity that we're not able to meet in person in the beautiful city of Riga. The re-emergence of the Baltic states as free and independent states after decades of subjugation is one of the great positive stories of our time. Riga, the capital of Latvia and where this important conference is usually held, was once known as the Paris of the Baltic. And now it's being reborn, and its glorious heritage of Art Nouveau architecture is being beautifully restored. So I really wish I was there. And at the same time, the Baroque splendors of Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, are also being rediscovered. And Vilnius was, of course, once called the Jerusalem of the North, and it's also recovering its unique Jewish heritage. And the world has also recognized Tallinn, capital of Estonia, as having the best preserved Hanseatic old town in Europe. And I'm just reminded that the survival of the unique cultural heritages of these three Baltic states after decades of war, invasion, genocide, suppression by both Nazi and Soviet occupiers is a testament to the resilience and determination of these three small but courageous populaces to defend and regain their freedom. At a time when freedom is once again under threat in many parts of the world, the struggle and the triumph of the Baltic states should serve as a reminder and an inspiration to us all. And today we are meeting at a turning point in modern history. The arrival of a new administration in Washington is always a major event, but seldom has such a transition happened at such a crucial juncture. The hope of the years following the collapse of the Soviet Union, the world was entering a new era of permanent peace and ever-expanding freedom, has in fact turned to disillusionment and apprehension. The hope that Russia would make a successful transition to democracy has proved illusory under President Putin's corrupt authoritarian regime. The hope that China would continue to progress towards a prosperous future as an integral and responsible part of the world community has been betrayed by President Xi's turn back to isolationism and neo-Stalinist oppression. The hope that the Arab Spring would usher in a new era of freedom and progress in the Middle East has led only to civil war and renewed oppression in many countries. All this has meant that the Western Alliance of Democratic States, the alliance that emerged victorious from the Cold War, has become more important than ever. The belief that the end of the Cold War would lead to universal peace and disarmament has proved to be a chimera. The belief and the hope that the United States could lay down its burden of worldwide responsibility and tend to its domestic issues has also proved to be illusory. Today, more than ever, the United States is the indispensable centre of the Alliance of Democratic States. But the US cannot continue to carry this responsibility alone. If at this juncture the world needs American leadership more than ever, and I believe it does, then equally, the United States more than ever needs reliable allies, allies willing to take a share proportionate to their size and strength of that burden. When history is written, views will differ about President Trump's attitudes towards the Western alliance over the past 4 years. He has indicated a working alliance requires a full commitment and indeed an increased commitment from all the partners to that alliance. From its position between 1949 to 1951, when NATO, ANZUS, and the Japan-US Security Treaty were formed, the US's share of global wealth has declined. This decline has been commensurate with the growth of China and other emerging economies, especially in Asia. There is nothing surprising about this. It represents the recovery and rapid growth of the world economy since the 1950s. But there is also no doubt that this change should be reflected by all democratic states taking a greater share of the responsibility and the cost of maintaining the alliance. China, in 1950, had only begun to recover from decades of civil war and invasion. But its rapid growth, subsequent to President Deng Xiaoping's reforms in the 1980s, has been the most consequential economic story of the post-war period. China's rise should not have necessarily alarmed us. China has been a great power through most of recorded history, as its population and the skills of its people entitle it to be. It was only in the era of the Industrial Revolution and of Western imperialism that China fell behind, first behind the Western states and then behind Japan. Now it's regaining its place as a great power. But with this comes responsibilities, grave responsibilities. And they are responsibilities to peace, security and cooperation, and best embodied by the post-war multilateral system. Unfortunately, President Xi and the Communist Party he leads have misread the lessons of China's rise. The greatly increased power and prosperity of modern China have not come because of Communist Party rule, but despite it. They flow from the adoption of free market policies by Deng Xiaoping and his successors, beginning in 1979. In our region and beyond, this has led to discussions of a new security architecture for a new era. The advent of a new administration in Washington provides an excellent opportunity to discuss this. I don't say that in any spirit of criticism for the outgoing administration. Over the last 4 years, Australia has enjoyed an excellent relationship with Secretary of State Pompeo and the supremely capable, now former Secretary of Defence, Mark Esper. When they were in Canberra for the annual AUSMIN talks in August last year, they met with the Australian government and with leaders of my party and found almost complete agreement with the views they expressed. That agreement will continue under President Biden, regardless of which party is in office in Australia, as has been true ever since the alliance was forged in the darkest days of World War II. We have a deep appreciation of the United States and Australia. We have many shared ties. It's most commonly referred to as a special relationship here. They are not only our allies, but they are also our friends. Now, I might have painted a fairly gloomy picture earlier of the retreat of democracy in some parts of the world in the years since the end of the Cold War. But the other side of that picture has been the expansion of prosperity, democracy and freedom in much of the Asia-Pacific region. In South Korea, Taiwan and Indonesia, despotic military or one-party rule has given way to fully fledged democracy. In Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines, there has been rising prosperity, but political progress has been more uneven and punctuated by setbacks. There has been a free election in Myanmar, yet a complete transition to democracy has been elusive. But overall, the picture has been one of continual, if uneven, progress towards greater prosperity and democratic freedom. Most importantly, the whole region is anchored by the two great democratic powers at its two geographic extremes, Japan to the northeast and India to the southwest. As the Asia-Pacific and the Indian Ocean regimes have become in some ways the geopolitical centres of the world, displacing the Atlantic focus on the Cold War era and bypassing the deadlock conflicts of the Middle East, the importance of these two powers has steadily increased. They are, of course, culturally very different, but they have a lot in common. They are both stable democracies and both now possess formidable military power. What they have also had in common in recent decades has been a reluctance to take a more assertive role on the world stage. I think it is increasingly obvious that in this new situation facing the region, that this has to change. I have been speaking of India as though were part of the World Alliance of Democratic States. And it has, of course, been an active member of the Commonwealth of Countries, as has Australia. But of course, India has never formally been part of any alliance. It was a founding member of the non-aligned movement and has always insisted on its status as a neutral power. If anything, during the period when Pakistan was an ally of the US under the old CENTO Treaty, India could under past Congress governments, tended to align itself with the Soviet Union. But with the end of the Cold War and with the demise of Congress and its traditional neutralist attitudes, new alignments are posing new challenges and new possibilities to Indian statecraft. And I'm very much looking forward to Sri Raghavan's comments. India has seen for itself the newly belligerent tone of the Chinese Communist Party policy under President Xi. The India-China border issue in the Himalayas, which lay dormant for more than 50 years, has been revived by China. Both Pakistan and Bangladesh are being drawn further into China's web of economic and political dependence. The Pakistani military, which has always been the real ruler of that country, is closely aligned to China. India now has a strong interest, both strategic and economic, in aligning itself more closely with the Western powers. That need not mean joining a formal alliance, but I do think, if you'll allow me, that it should mean India accepting a new role as the Western anchor of the community of democratic states extending through the Asia-Pacific Indian Ocean region. Also, that new role should certainly be accompanied by a greater recognition of India's status as a great power. Japan, far from being neutral, has been a treaty ally of the United States since 1951. But that long alliance has had the unfortunate effect of encouraging the belief in Japan that it can always rely on the US to come to its aid if it finds itself in danger from any unpredictable neighbours to its west, China, Russia, and North Korea. President Trump took a sometimes different approach to America's traditional allies, and Japanese leadership might consequently have also made different assumptions. Japan's relationship with the US should be increasingly one of genuine partnership, both militarily and diplomatic, rather than one of deference and dependence. But we must recognise that for good historical reasons, there is a deep reluctance in Japan to embrace anything that looks like a revival of militarism. This is why there is such deep resistance to revising Japan's pacifist constitution, a major obstacle to Japan becoming a full member of any broader military diplomatic alliance of democratic states. Here I note that Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison will next week travel to Tokyo as the first world leader to meet in person with Prime Minister Suga. The two will sign a defence pact that codifies a reciprocal arrangement 6 years in the making for hosting visiting troops. And we are very much looking forward to the first Japanese troops that arrive on Australian shores. Diplomacy must always be backed up by a credible threat, implicit or explicit, to use military force if diplomacy fails. Prime Minister Abe recognised this, and he won 3 large election victories on a policy of pursuing a more robust foreign and defence policy, specifically including a commitment to revising the constitution. Unfortunately, Japan's long tradition of consensus politics meant that he could not summon sufficient broad political support to get this reform done. This is not a matter Japan, I think, can defer indefinitely. Prime Minister Suga has also said that he supports making the change. He may return to this question soon after the elections, which are expected next year. Overall, I think the prospects for forming a much closer alliance between the democratic states of the Asia-Pacific region are bright. They are getting brighter as the urgency of the current situation becomes more apparent. President Xi is riding a tiger. He has committed China to an aggressive policy. This, inter alia, is damaging its vital trade links with the Western world, which are already under severe strain because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As I have said, the Chinese people have tolerated communist rule because it has given them rising prosperity. But if Xi's policies lead to a serious economic setback, the foundations of the CCP rule may show themselves to not be so stable. This alliance in the making, and the one we are here to talk about today, is usually called the Quad, a reference to its 4 members, being obviously the US, Japan, Australia, and India. This is a good start and something that is supported by both sides of politics in Australia. In my party, the Australian Labor Party, our Defence and Foreign Affairs spokespersons have said of the Quad that it is a space for 4 like-minded trading democracies to share their thoughts on regional security, and that maintaining a stable strategic system in our region, anchored in the rule of law, will require stronger partnerships and deeper cooperation. Furthermore, they have noted that the shift of the global strategic balance to Asia means regional powers must give themselves strong, inclusive, and transparent institutions to manage regional economic and security issues. Institutions that reflect and respect the individual sovereignty of their members and discourage hegemony provide the best way to promote peace and avoid conflict. On a recent trip to Tokyo, Australia's Foreign Minister and my colleague in the Senate, Senator Maurice Payne, said that the Quad has a positive agenda. It is a diplomatic network that assists us as democracies to align ourselves in support of shared interests. She also reminded her audience that Australia believes in a region governed by rules, not power, and in the fundamental importance of individual rights, and in a region in which disputes are resolved according to international law. I strongly agree with all these statements, but I would argue that these arrangements need to be broader. We should certainly be seeking to include South Korea, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore in formal and informal alliances. We should also hold out to Thailand, Myanmar, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and Bangladesh the prospect of closer economic and strategic links to the Western Alliance if they go further with transitions to democracy than they have so far managed. Resistance to China's attempts to enmesh countries in its web of influence should be encouraged. I hope the new administration in Washington will seriously take up the prospect of building such a new security architecture. And I'm confident that Australia will be ready and willing to participate in this and other such endeavours that lead our region, and by extension the world, to ensuring like-minded nations' sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kitching. Thank you very much for the nice remarks at the beginning of your speech. And in the end, I mean, I must just appreciate, you know, your remark that we should focus on building broader alliances of the states in Indo-Pacific and beyond that obviously share the same values. And also, I really like, you know, it's like your remark about India being the most populous democracy in the neighborhood that is becoming a little bit adverse, or to say the least, because of rising China. That is why I would like to turn to the Ambassador Raghavan, who is also a chairman of the National Security Advisory Board of India. Dear Ambassador, would you be so kind as to share comments? How is the neighborhood looking like from the New Delhi? Would you be so kind as to share about your thoughts about artificial intelligence and the social contract, and what could the Quad group do to enhance the common values and uphold the liberal democratic order which has been proposed for the United States to its allies and alliances? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking the Latvian Transatlantic Organization and the Boston Global Forum for inviting me to this panel. It's been a real pleasure to be able to listen to perspectives, a pretty broad spectrum of perspectives from around the globe. And I hope to address some of the points made also by the various panelists. I was very greatly encouraged, like all of us, all the others have said, about Governor Dukakis's assessment of the US global role as he expects it to unfold as no doubt a dominant power in the world, but also with a constructive approach to international cooperation. It's something that I think encourages all of us. I will also address Senator Kitching's a point about India being, shall we say, a shy bride when invited to an alliance. I will address that a little later, but let me start with the point about how our neighborhood looks to us, the Indo-Pacific region, and where we are coming from into the Quad. We define the Indo-Pacific region as a region extending from the east coast of Africa to the west coast of the US. Unlike most of those here whose definition is really from the east coast of India to the west coast of the US. But our interests, our economic and security interests, I think, span the entire Indian and Pacific Ocean. As in fact, Prime Minister Abe recognized in a speech he made to the Indian Parliament as way back in 2007, I think it was. Well, no, people don't often recognize it, but India is a sea-locked country. We have long borders to the north, west, and east, but political, security, and geographical conditions have ensured that these borders are not conducive to movement of people and goods. And therefore, really 90% of our trade is across the Indian Ocean and extending on the other side, 30% of it is through the Straits of Malacca. Most of our energy supplies comes from the Indian Ocean. Also, the marine resources around the Indian Ocean are very valuable for the economy of our littoral states. And then you have, of course, arms smuggling, drug running, human trafficking, and of course, terrorism, which is carried by the Indian Ocean. The last major terrorist attack on India was from the sea. So the critical importance from an economic and security perspective of the Indo-Pacific region is what causes us to try to ensure that this region is not dominated or by the hegemony of one power, any one power. So, it also, of course, we are in a very strategic location in terms of between a peninsula jutting out into one of the most important commercial sea lanes of the Indian Ocean, of the world, and between the two choke points of Hormuz and Malacca. So this brings us to China, which obviously is what all this is about when you talk about the Quad. Very few people want to mention, very few of our official representatives want to mention China, and yet it is the major elephant in the room. And one doesn't need to spell out all the Chinese activities over the last 10 years. I mean, I think it has been mentioned, its activities in the South China Sea, its territorial expansion there, unilaterally occupying disputed islands and creating facts on the ground, ignoring the Permanent Court of Arbitration judgment which ruled it illegal, punishing countries with unilateral economic sanctions whenever it feels they have sort of hurt its national interests. I think We've seen this happen to Japan many years ago, and then Korea more recently, Mongolia, and of course, most recently Australia, where they tried to impose economic embargoes. But coming beyond that, the Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative is a major geo-economic and geostrategic move by which China is dangling infrastructure projects before Eurasian leaders as far as the land segment of the BRI is concerned, for projects to be implemented by Chinese companies using Chinese labor and indebting them with Chinese loans. And then if you look at the Maritime Silk Road, which actually people don't mention much, but that is the even more threatening part of China's ambition. It is building these dual-use infrastructure, port infrastructure across the Indian and Pacific Oceans, right up to the east coast of China. So, and from an Indian perspective, of course, the most concerning part of it is the China-Pakistan economic corridor. A lot of fuss is being made by many people in India about the fact that it runs through disputed territory that India considers under the occupation of Pakistan, illegally under the occupation of Pakistan. But I think the much greater significance of that, strategic significance of the CPEC, as it's called, is that it links the Maritime Silk Road with the Silk Road Economic Belt, the land segment of the BRI, and results in, it really consists of a Chinese, it's an entire, what should we call it? It's actually an infrastructure corridor, which includes roads and rail, of course, optical fiber cables, power plants, and an infrastructure leading right up to the Arabian Sea. And it will end up, if it goes according to plan, with a Chinese naval base on the Arabian Sea and a Chinese air base also on the Arabian Sea. And the strategic significance of that extends well beyond India. I mean, you have the Chinese armed forces at the mouth of Hormuz, and just beyond that is the US base in Bahrain, the air base in Qatar. So these are really frightening manifestations of Chinese ambition. And as Senator Keating mentioned this, China has not learned to be a powerful country with exercising its responsibility towards world peace. And that is where I think we have our concerns with that. So India's participation in the Quad, its logic for participation in the Quad is quite obvious. It's part of what I would say is a multi-pronged approach, because we also have bilateral relations with countries of the region, with very strong relations with Japan, with Australia, with Korea, with ASEAN, particularly the countries of ASEAN, which have, ASEAN, today people talk about ASEAN central, the centrality. People talk about ASEAN centrality. Now, ASEAN centrality, if I have to speak very frankly, it may be a geographical fact in the Eastern Indian Pacific, but it is a political fiction. And in fact, it was one of Australia's foreign secretaries who once said this to me many years ago, and it stuck in my mind. You need to look at Vietnam and Indonesia very differently from some of the other countries of ASEAN, and you need to see how we can bring them in to the Quad. I'll come to that. I'll come to this point about the expansion of the Quad to other countries. I think Minister Nakayama mentioned this as well. But if you look at the Quad itself, I think we need to understand what it is and what it is not. And there is a lot of rhetoric which is obscuring what the Quad is and what it is trying to achieve. Now, I don't think we do a service to ourselves by calling Quad a strategy or an alliance, because it is not yet either of that. It is basically 4 countries which are seeking to create a strategy for what the Australian Foreign Minister called recently after the meeting in Tokyo, achieving strategic balance in the region. Yes, of course, that's what we're trying to do. And we talk about an Indo-Pacific security architecture, but if you look closely what each of our 4 countries is saying, we are not exactly there in terms of convergence on what exactly the security architecture consists of, what are the pathways to reaching there, and how each of our 4 countries can contribute towards that. It's something that we still need to work out. I mean, we understand it. We are trying to find an equilibrium of interest. We are trying to find equilibrium of aspirations of the countries in the region. And of course, respect for sovereignty, freedom of navigation, freedom of trade and investment, adherence to international rules, freedom of overflight, etc., etc. All this is accepted as common ground, but we still haven't worked out how to reach that. And the reason for that is that we cannot really frame Quad as an organization or as a grouping which seeks to contain or confront China. We are not there, because every country in the region has a very strong economic engagement with China, and Chinese military dominance in that region is really overwhelming. Which is why, you know, it's not only us, but countries of the region are nervous at some of the statements made in the US National Security Strategy or the US Indo-Pacific Strategy document of the DoD, Department of Defense, because that frames the objectives of the Indo-Pacific, have it somewhere here, as geopolitical rivalry between free and repressive world order visions. It also says that, you know, the US defense strategy is to posture ready, combat credible forces, if necessary, to fight and win. This makes people in the region nervous. I strongly suspect, from all that I've heard of the Biden campaign, that there will be a definite change of nuance in the approach without actually, recognizing fully the Chinese China problem, but not to frame it in such aggressive, combative terms, which will enable, and that will enable what Minister Nakayama said of trying to get in other countries. It doesn't need to be a quad, it can be a quad, a hexagon, and various other geometrical shapes as we add further countries to that. And we need to add further countries to that. And I think Vietnam and Indonesia, as I said, are obvious candidates who would be quite happy to join if we are able to frame realistic objectives and sort of temper the rhetoric and are more respectful of existing realities. I think the idea is to press China to the negotiation table. We need to get all of this. The objective to create a cooperative order is to bring China to the negotiating table, to make it recognize its responsibilities as the responsibility that its power brings with it. In the short term, for example, trying to see that the code of conduct, for example, that ASEAN is negotiating with China, well, it's not just an ASEAN-China issue, it's an issue where all of us are concerned with, trying to see that our legitimate rights as in the South China Sea are protected. To see that China's Belt and Road initiative becomes more responsive to the development needs of countries, is less a Chinese outreach and more a cooperative venture for creation of infrastructure. So I think these are the various objectives of the Quad. The other thing I would like to say is also that the fortunes of the Quad have depended very much on who have been in office in the 4 countries of the Quad. We know that after 2007, Quad sort of stuttered and stopped operating and came back again later. We again see, there are 2 changes of office in Quad countries, and we hope that constancy of purpose will remain with the new leaders. And now let me address Senator Kitching's question about India's commitment to an alliance. I want to first address this misrepresentation or the misconception that India remains a non-aligned country. India is not a non-aligned country. You know, non-alignment was a concept that lived during the Cold War and died after the Cold War. There's no meaning. It was to sort of maintain an independence of action between power blocks, try to get the most out of them. But, you know, once the Cold War ended, non-alignment ended, and in any case, most of the non-aligned countries, most of the major campaigns of non-alignment were, anti-apartheid, disarmament, decolonization. Most of them had either been achieved or had fallen apart by the time the Cold War ended. But what India does need to preserve is a certain autonomy of action, a certain independence of action. And that comes from India's geography, which is actually quite unique and different from the geography of the three other countries of the Quad. Geostrategy or geopolitics, one half of geostrategics or geopolitics is geography. And if you look at our geography, we have this 3,600 kilometer border with China. We also have this huge Russian Federation hovering to our north, which is actually bordering very complex extended neighborhood of India, whether it is Central Asia, Northwest Asia, West Asia, in all of which we have some critical interests. So there is no way that India's, whereas our maritime strategy is very clear. Many people do not understand that we have continental interests and we need a continental strategy. And that continental strategy does involve greater presence in Central Asia, which means it does involve having to deal with Russia and China in a manner that protects our continental interests. So this is an important aspect of our policy, which is why people see, it's very easy for people to say, why don't you commit yourself? You commit yourself to to a certain configuration and leaving yourself vulnerable to an access, to a hostile access in the north. So we really need to look at our policy in such a way that we can, and really speaking, the current configuration of forces, if you look at the US, Russia, China triangle, the more the US applies pressure on China, the more it is driving Russia into Chinese arms, and the more it is a defense vulnerability for India. It's a fact. It's a fact that geography has thrust on us, which we need to deal with. We cannot afford a hostile Russia-China axis to our north and west, especially at the current stage of our economic and military strength. So these are the problems that actually cause us to look like a shy bride to an alliance invitation. By the way, it was the Council on Foreign Relations in the US, which a few years ago, it was 2015. And by the way, it had many eminent analysts who were in the Obama administration and who were likely to occupy positions in the Biden administration, who looked at this problem in India-US relations, and they suggested that the way for the US to deal with India is to not look at an alliance relationship, but to look at it as a joint venture where we have many commonalities and we have many common interests which we can pursue, many ways in which we can further our mutual interests, but leaving the door open for other joint ventures which we, India may need to enter into to protect some of our other interests. I mean, this is one of the templates that, and if you look at the world today, in this fragmented world of today, which is politically fragmented, and I mean, the US is undisputably the military unipolar. It's a unipolar world in military terms, but otherwise it's a fragmented world and nowhere more fragmented than in Asia. I think this is a template that one needs to look at. Since I have to speak a little bit about the AI social contract, I would like to talk just a little bit about this. This initiative for a social contract to responsibly harness AI, it is hugely important, but it's also a major challenge. And now, when the 5G technologies roll out, the high-speed computation and ultra-low latency of communication that 5G will bring in will expand the applications of AI into every sector of national economies and every area of human endeavor. Now, how can we promote responsible use of this power and keep out malevolent forces is a very major issue. We already have a vibrant debate in India, and by the way, it is reflected in many countries of the world, about reconciling human rights with security objectives in terms of use of data. And the use of data, of course, is fundamental. It's fundamental to artificial intelligence. During COVID, for example, in India, there was this debate about the use of personal data to protect the larger society from spread of the infection. We also have, of course, in India and in other federal societies, differences of approach between the federal and the state units on the use of data. And then, if you look internationally, if you look at a potential technological Cold War that is brewing about Chinese 5G and other 5G, and what China is doing in pushing its 5G technologies on the backs of its digital Silk Road, I think we're going to have a far more difficult task trying to bring an international approach to responsible uses of artificial intelligence. And I have one comment about the democratic alliance that has been talked about. I think the use of AI and responsible use of AI has to go beyond a democratic alliance. You know, we have an alliance of democracies for responsible use of AI. It leaves those whom we do not consider democracies free for irresponsible use of AI, and that can actually damage all our economies. It's very, very difficult to this is not something that you can close ranks, close a border, and keep from entering into your countries. So I think we really do need to look at a much broader. And by the way, if we bring Quad, Europe, and AI together, what we're trying to do in Quad is to create a cooperative structure, a strategic balance, as the Australian Foreign Minister said, in the Indo-Pacific region. And if you are actually able to achieve something, that creates a template for Europe as well. After all, the Helsinki Accords are very old, and the Helsinki Accords don't take into account a number of developments thereafter, technology being the foremost among them. And we do need, and so an Indo-Pacific security architecture conceivably could create a template for a similar initiative in Europe, a new Helsinki Accords, and it doesn't have to be in Helsinki. It could be in Riga. Why don't we have the Riga Accords? After all, the Baltic countries, and as was mentioned as well, have been at the forefront of technologies, have been forefront of the new technologies, of the use of new technologies. And Tallinn, of course, was famous for the first effort to create a manual on cyber warfare. It's a pity that it has not actually reached binding agreements. But so the Baltic countries have done a lot of pioneering work on these new technologies. I'll leave it at that, throwing these rather disparate thoughts into the air. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, especially for the last remark. You know, it's like choosing Riga as the next place to decide the rules for the digital rules and different kind of transitions, you know, technological and other ways. You know, we simply accept your invitation, and we will be 100%, you know, ready and happy to host any kind of such meeting, because we have transformed a little bit, but we would like also to learn from you. And I also like your perspective that you mentioned that there are a couple of common interests that are driving us together, like surging Russia or China, you know, both authoritarian communists building the digital Silk Road. Last but not least, I wanted to invite Professor Nazli Chorchi from the MIT to present the conditions of the artificial intelligence age and social contract, and how does it look from your perspective, considering different kind of security views and perspectives. Is it doable? Can we excel the benefits of artificial intelligence in those complicated conditions? Are there enough interests that are shared by the major powers and allies and the West in general? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the previous speakers for their remarkable contributions and ways of pulling together really the critical issues that are facing us. What I'd like to do is perhaps to tell you the obvious, and the obvious is in 3 points. The first point is we're striving for consensus, and there's power in consensus, possibly greater than the power in bombs and bullets. And the consensus seems to be that we're moving into a new age. It's already happened. And there are known features about the new age of AI, and there are also unknown features. That's point number one. The second point is that the Boston Global Forum, in conjunction with other groups, has been struggling with the management and the development of this consensus that we have framed in terms of social contract. Social contract is not a new idea at all, but social contract for the AI age is a challenge beyond clear definition. So there are really 3 issues here. What is a social contract? Why? And what's the best that we can expect? What is agreements based on consensus? And there is a nascent consensus. And we also have consensus about things that we don't want. And we can already identify the implication of advanced technologies. And why do we need a social contract? Because we already know, we can already anticipate some of the potentially disturbing effects of a damaging nature. And then finally, who would be involved in the social contract? And I think at this point, we have to recognize that it's a social consensus, but it must be shaped and driven by political leadership and political awareness, and a recognition that although different countries have a different perspective on private-public investments and private-public relationships, in the United States, it's the private sector that has been driving advances in AI, admittedly with support from the public sector. But the fact is, there is a leveling of the playing field worldwide when it comes to IT, when it comes to cyber-related tools, and when it comes to the capacity to support or undermine the stability of societies. The dilemma that we're all dealing with, and especially those on this panel that are directly involved in government and governance, is that the rate of change of technological advancement, the rate of change of the advancement, far greater than our ability to manage that change. By definition, by necessity, institutional responses always lag. And so the social contract is a mechanism, many of us believe, to reduce the gap in response to the changes, not wait until we have a fully articulated set of international policies for management and for organization and for reprimanding those that digress, but to strengthen the consensus that will support such political moves. Power comes in many forms. In the old days, power was bombs and bullets and the ability to damage someone else. Right now, we talk about cyber technologies, but also we talk about cyber-enabled technologies. Add to that, accelerated AI-enabled, cyber-enabled technologies. We already see that we're getting unable to control our understanding of the systems as a whole. So one other point I'd like to make, and then I will rest, and that is this generation, the generation of individuals on this panel, myself included, have a special responsibility. As I mentioned in another context, we are the only generation that has known a world before the internet, before what we call cyber, and certainly before the salience of AI and the dominance of AI. But we are the ones that are now charged with, in our case, framing and forging a social contract. We can't wait until the next generation that has been born digitally savvy is ready to take that move. It is up to us to do that now. And unfortunately, we're back again to differential rates of change, AI moving very fast, and the rest of institutional mechanisms trying to catch up. And there's a niche in between, and that niche is really to be filled by the social contract, the focus on the social contract. So voila, thank you.
Swans. Black swans are the emptiness that we have to fill in order to enhance the stability and eliminate any kind of like challenges for the community that is sharing the common values. Thank you very much for the remarks and also the clarification on the social contract and artificial intelligence. There is a need to work together to uphold our common values that are built on a liberal, transparent world order, mostly shared by democratic governments. I would like to turn now to the questions and answers, and probably hearing all those remarks and comments and all the good ideas, I would like to turn to Governor Dukakis first. Hearing all this, and with your vast experience and your passion for democracy and values, how do you see the evolution of the potential alliance and new technologies and challenges to undermine totalitarian regimes, enhance the individual alliances, individual rights, and build the alliances? You know, probably the United States is the best equipped to uphold all the alliances and build them or restore those that have been undermined last 4 years. How do you see the future for liberal democracies? The floor is yours. We don't hear you. Please switch on your microphone. Your microphone is off. On a computer, you have to unmute it. There is the red button, you know, with the line. Yeah, it's like it's still like on mute mode. While Governor Dukakis is resolving the technical issues, maybe we could go to another major power, which is India. And I wanted to ask the question to the ambassador that we have here. How do you see the challenges between India and China? And it's like, are those challenges, especially along the borders, the recent ones, are they forcing India, or not forcing, or just enhancing India's social, political accord to join the alliances, you know, to uphold the common values against the surging challenges in Eurasia that some in Russia, for example, have baptized as the new Eurasian Union that is dwelling on the China-Russia cooperation, where every single country is welcome to join, but those who want to defect to the Western alliances will face severe repercussions. Some of the pundits inside of Russia are proposing such ideas. Dear Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, and the Governor Dukakis is back. Maybe we can leave your question as a second one. Governor Dukakis, the floor is yours. It's
he still has to unmute.
Yeah, or the microphone. The microphone. You have to make sure that you speak in a microphone. I think your microphone is still on mute mode. You have to unmute yourself. Yeah.
How about that?
Yes. Awesome.
All set?
Yeah.
Well, I think there are two. The U.S. in particular has got two challenges, but we all have them. First, obviously, is to get going on a new administration, which is going to be a lot more interested in collaborating and cooperating with not just the Quad, but with the world in general. And I'm looking forward to that. And I think I have a lot of confidence that Joe Biden will lead such an administration. And secondly, while strongly committed to democracy, I think it is very important, folks, that we, you, all of us, make a real effort to connect with some of these authoritarian regimes. I'm not sure how we do that with Russia, which I don't quite understand at this point. But I do think it is very important that we try, and more specifically, reach out to the Chinese, because they're important. They're going to play a major role. They are playing a major role, will continue to play a major role in the future. And I think we must see if we can't connect with them. Part of the problem that we've had, obviously, under the Trump administration has been what it seems to me has been a deliberate effort to turn China into the bad guy, calling this terrible disease and epidemic the China virus. This was just, typical of that. Whoever was responsible, whatever was responsible, we're all part of this. And I do think it is very important that the U.S. role, along with all of us, see if it can't better define how we want to reach out to China and other regimes, but China in particular, and see if we can't reestablish a kind of collaboration there, which leads us in the direction we're trying to move. That has not happened under the Trump administration, clearly. It hasn't been very successful. And it's not that we don't have problems with China, especially what's now going on in Hong Kong. But I do think it is very important that the U.S. in particular, under Biden, reach out and see if we can't reestablish a kind of reestablish a relationship there for all of us, which is more constructive, more positive, and doesn't leave it at loggerheads with China. I can't think of anything that would be worse than that. And I think the United States has a major role to play in doing that. I don't know if that makes sense to any of you, if you've got thoughts about it, but this is the time to do that, and to do it with whatever prestige and influence the United States has. But it's got to be something that we're all doing together, and see and it's an attempt to reestablish a more constructive relationship there than we've had under Trump, much of which has been his attempting to use China as the bad guy in dealing with the pandemic. Not a very constructive role, obviously, and it certainly hasn't advanced the cause of dealing with the pandemic. On the contrary, it's hurt it, and I want to see my country getting back to something a lot more constructive and a lot more helpful than what we've had during the Trump administration.
Thank you very much for your comments. I mean, it's like we are pretty much sharing your vision when it comes to China. We don't have a formula for changing or improving the relationship with Russia, despite we really want to experience more benevolent relationship with Moscow. I think all European states and all those neighboring with Russia. And I think your ideas is a very good departure point to the question I was asking to Ambassador Raghavan about India-China relationship along the borders. Dear Ambassador, like, how do you see the relationship, the United States, China, India? Should the United States be more assertive or build the relationship on diplomatic efforts, try to use economy to remedy any kind of conflicts and challenges? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Actually, what is happening on the India-China border is symptomatic of what China has been doing, in fact, in the region and beyond the region. And I would like to remind you that, the China dream is not an Indo-Pacific dream. The China dream is a global dream. And essentially what Xi Jinping is doing, and he's been active in Europe as well. I mean, they picked up strategic assets all over Europe. They've tried to separate Central and Eastern European countries from the rest of Europe. So dealing with China is not going to be that easy and does require a certain, shall we say, focus on all sides. About what Governor Dukakis said, I agree that, to have an unnecessarily belligerent public posture towards China doesn't help. It actually, as I mentioned also in what I was saying, it scares away people in the region as well from joining up to any kind of an effort to create a strategic balance in the region, because China's dominance in the region is so great. And until military balance is restored in that region, we cannot afford to do that. As somebody, there was a US commentator in one of the webinars I attended recently who said President Biden would use semiconductor chips rather than aircraft carriers as the negotiating ploy with China. Well, I think that does help. But I would like, talking about Russia, one very essential requirement, I believe, for global peace is to find methods of keeping Russia and China apart. You need to find a method of doing it. Now, Kissinger in the 70s did the same in reverse. He sort of helped to keep China neutral while America dealt with the Soviet Union as its major rival. I think something needs to be done. I know about all the issues that the US has with Russia, which Europe has even more with Russia than the US has. But from a larger strategic perspective, I think if you are allowing a Russia-China strategic partnership to develop unhindered, you're strengthening China and weakening your other efforts to bring China into the global community, because that is a very formidable combination if you look at it in terms of natural resources, in terms of nuclear power, in terms of economic power, in terms of technology. What one does not have, the other provides, and therefore, between these two, they have a very formidable. So a larger strategy has to be to see how you can separate the two to whatever extent that you can. I do not expect you to make Russia into an ally. It's not possible. But most of the animosity towards Russia is directed at one person in Russia who's considered to be running that country, so that not a blade of grass moves in that country without his say-so. But you cannot postulate relations with a country forever based on relations or appreciation of one man. So I think somewhere a broader geopolitical approach is required, and which is important. And for me as an Indian, as I look up at a map and see this huge China and Russia completely dominating my northern and western landscape, it is important.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I would like to turn to the Defense Minister Nakayama now. And I wanted to ask the question, how do you see, is there a possibility for broader strategy? Nobody wants a Cold War with China, but since China is leveraging the people and the governments in the nearest abroad, and it is endowed with significant resources, is there anything that we could do? What is the remedy at the moment? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. For example, if you look up on the sky, there is a space. And if you look at the space, there is a lot of space debris, more than 20,000 pieces of the, the satellite garbage. And all of those messy space environment, I think almost most of the percentage is created by the Chinese space project, I guess. And now we have a lot of startups clean up the outer space environment. And this is most important thing, because if you protect your own country, you need a satellite, you need the GPS system, you need lots of information from the space, outer space. But once you project to plan to launch any satellite, before that, you have to see and check all the debris in the space made by Chinese space project. And this affects your environment and the lifestyle. So this is 21st century. This is not the 20th century anymore. So we are really concerned about the space users who have to get together to clean up the space environment. And so now we are collaborating with the U.S. space, the forces like NASA, JAXA in Japan. We collaborate and try to clean up those space debris together. And also in Japan, the Far East area, if you look at the Japan Sea, we almost every single day, Chinese Sukhoi and fighter jet holding the lots of payload missiles, and also the Russian bombers, and also A-50. This is early warning airplanes from the Russians, Russians and also Chinese PLA. They both together fly over our land, and almost every single day. And we make a scramble from Japan Self-Defense Forces each single day, sometimes twice a day, 3 times a day, 4 times a day. And it's actually increasing the numbers. And especially, please focusing on especially Taiwan, around Taiwan now. About a month ago, a Chinese PLA, they exercised to land get into the Taiwan to try to grab and hold that land. And so we are neighboring country of Taiwan, and we really scared what they are doing right now. And also the artificial island issues from the South China Sea. If they launch the missile from submarine, JL-3 missile, its range about 14,000. And they are preparing the missile this year, 2020, JL-3 missile. This can launch South China Sea, and they can aim east coast of the United States. So that means they can aim White House from South China Sea. And the situation has been changed a lot. And if you look up the Hong Kong, not just a human rights issue, but Hong Kong is one of the cyber cable, internet cables hub. They grab Hong Kong already. And so that means if you go dive into the ocean, you can tap any information from the cyber cables under the ocean in Hong Kong hub. This is a possibility in its real world. And the doctors and lots of opinion leaders said about the Cold War. And I never forget the Cold War either. And we are a free country. China, Russia, they did the perestroika. They did lots of changes. But for me, it looks like the same. Nothing has been changed. It's same. So I have a lot of concern about those activities. So we have to be prepared, I think. And if the vaccine appears in next year, if you have a chance, maybe we can move. You can come to Japan, Tokyo Olympic and Paralympics or whatever. You can feel the threat from this area, Asia, especially in this time. So if you have a chance to come over, please
Minister,
feel
that was the invitation to go and visit you. I would gladly accept that, and thank you for remarks. Like all the way from the space to the ground of the ocean, the signs are not very promising. Last few remarks, 1-2 minutes, please, Senator Kitching. Is like, how does the situation look like from Australia before we wrap up? 1-2 minutes, very shortly.
Well, in the last few hours, China looks like it's imposing another trade ban on another industry here. So we have our trade minister, who is another colleague of mine in the Senate. We have been trying to have communications with China and various departments, various ministries for some, well, now it's really years. So this has been very difficult. We put out a statement, both sides, both parties that are able to form government in Australia put out a statement today on Hong Kong. And, we, have been condemned by the Chinese ambassador in Australia in Canberra late today. So I think, for us, it looks very difficult. I agree that there has to be lines of communication open, because if you look back through history, of course, you see that a lot of conflict has come because people don't have the means to communicate or cease communicating deliberately. And, as von Clausewitz said a long time ago now, war is the continuation of politics by other means. So hopefully we are adept enough at politics to not get to that, continuation of it, and that is a conflict. But, we worry as well about spatial control and satellites over our country, or certainly in the nautical sort of control we have. And I also, think about India a lot. It's a country I've visited quite a lot, and which I really love. And I can see from your geography, you have there's a lot of difficulties there. But we're lucky. We have Papua New Guinea and Indonesia, and that's forming, in fact, a physical barrier in some ways. But I'm also conscious that, for everything that goes on, China doesn't have many friends, not people who would, not countries that would, that are, you sort of get for, they'll act on your behalf, with you for free in a way. China has many transactional relationships, but not a lot of friends. So I think that's also worth bearing in mind. And I think also that, if you look at, I think President Xi's ambitions are very different from his predecessors. And I think that, we hopefully, as like-minded countries, are able to form a grouping to perhaps say, these are ways of behaving that we will accept. These are ways we do not accept. And I think there has to be some very clear communication, which of course is not always appreciated. But I'll leave you, if I can, with a very Australian way of dealing with the Chinese representatives in Australia. The Chinese ambassador spoke recently at our National Press Club, and in the preceding week, China had banned our wine, our barley and our beef. And what was he served at the National Press Club? He was served Australian wine, Australian beef and Australian barley. Now, the ambassador didn't choose to eat a lot of that meal, but that was a very Australian way, I think, of making a perhaps not so subtle point, but a point nonetheless, that, we have top, very high quality agri-produce. We know that normal Chinese and, an upper middle class demographic want our produce. And, we export over, a lot of wine to China, near $1 billion worth. And, we've got these trade considerations, but we also, more importantly, have our democratic values. And I don't think that Australians will give that up for, if I can use it, all the tea in China. I think there's been a resolute sort of understanding of where we are. And I think a lot of Australians think that, we shouldn't sell out our values for a trading relationship. So we are looking to diversify our trade.
Thank you very much. I would like to conclude this panel by thanking all of you. It is outstanding to see how so remote areas are so proximate, and these online discussions actually, they provide such possibilities. I would like to thank the governor. I would like to thank the minister. I would like to thank the senator. I would like to thank ambassador. I would like to thank professor. This discussion was moderated by a doctor, but now I would like to pass the word to the mister. And I did a little research here. And I also want to thank him, because I think he was just behind all of the scenes and did all the job. And I want to thank and give a word to Mr. Nguyen An Tuan, who is the CEO of the Boston Global Forum, director of the Michael Dukakis Institute for Leadership and Innovation, and the founder of the IE Artificial Intelligence World Society Innovation Network. So the floor is yours to conclude this wonderful discussion.
Thank you so much. You hear me? You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for Latvia government. Thank you so much for LATO organization. Wonderful. And our great speaker, and great thank you for moderator. Wonderful and excellent moderator today. I would like to say some next step we do. From great Quad roundtable today, as moderator talked in opening, we will develop report with recommendation to send to leaders, presidents of the US, Prime Minister of Japan, India, and Australia, and UK, France, Germany, EU, and Latvia government also. President and Prime Minister of Latvia government. Great, thank you so much for Latvia government. I'm so moved and love Baltic area. And Boston Global Forum have great collaboration, connect with Baltic area, Finland, President of Finland. We are honor him, world leader for peace and security 2018. Estonia, President for world leader in cybersecurity 2017. President of Latvia, world leader for peace and security 2019, last year. And we will continue do that in the build AI and digital international accord as Governor Michael Dukakis called in 2018. So we will do that. We hope all of us continue to collaborate to build and core that from Quad group we build for that is the AI and digital accord, international accord. Follow with the social contract for AI age. And we established democratic alliance in digital governance, and start from Quad Group and EU and Latvia and Baltic area government. We build for this very important from our discussion today. And also finally, we have initiative AIWS City, that a digital virtual city connect to real city, as State Minister of Japan talk also, that we are connect with real city, and we, of course, we will connect to Riga. We recognize Riga is a great game, valuable treasury game, gem of the world. And AIWS City will connect with Riga and bring value from Riga to AIWS City to the world. We have to connect more than 30 wonderful cities in the world. And that is we continue to do with Riga. And from last year, I was a speaker, and today, this year, Boston Global Forum, and I'm very honored to work with Lato and Latvia government to organize a Quad Group. And we hope this is not only finished today, and next year, 2021, we have another Quad Group with great topic, great leaders. And once again, our content, our report to leaders will present as Global Cybersecurity Day, December 12, a Boston Global Forum event. And thank you so much again. Thank to Riga, with my friend from my heart. Thank my speaker from my heart, great speaker today. And we start to become the board, executive board for the Quad Group for next event. We will continue to do more events, Quad Group, to contribute for peace and security in the world. And thank you so much, moderator. You, Sandy, Satras, you will become our team together to develop that report and our work for the Quad Group roundtable future. Thank you so much again. You are great moderator today. And thank you so much, my colleagues in Boston Global Forum. Thank you so much, our audience and our friends, Joy and watch our event today. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, and you have a good day.
infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid welfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Here, Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Here Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Here Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time, and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference, where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga. Meet Riga. meetriga.com.
At least once a year we take stock of regional and global developments, and I think that this year is going to be particularly interesting. We are fighting COVID-19 pandemic, economic recession. We have now hotspot situation in our neighborhood Belarus. We have conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course we have many developments in European Union and also in NATO, including also elections in the United States. We are going to have great discussion in a bit challenging time and also in a very modern format, because this conference is going digital because of the restrictions that we are all face. But at the same time, I also believe that this is the great opportunity to discuss issues of interest for general public and also for the experts.
This is a special year. On 12th and 13th of November is approaching annual conference of Riga, or so-called Riga Conference. We are hosting this conference already for 15th year, but at the same time, we have to organize the conference within the restrictions of pandemic COVID-19. However, the value of this conference is enormous. We have to discuss the value of NATO on both sides of Atlantic Ocean. We have to discuss how do we provide security during the pandemic, and will there ever be an order or world order after pandemic? What is the resilience of our societies? We have to discuss such issues as infodemia, which is a very popular part of hybrid warfare, and many, many other regional and global issues. I welcome you to this hybrid conference where partly people will take part through internet, and some of us will be here on the place in capital of Latvia, Riga.
Hear Riga.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Riga Conference Future Leaders Forum. I welcome you all to the discussion on sustainability of democracy. My name is Kristaps Celmiņš, and I am currently an active member of and project manager of the Latvian Transatlantic Organization. I would like to briefly introduce today's topic. For decades, European Union has served as an example for the rest of the world on sustainable democracy. And at the same time, democracy has been challenged by several events and processes. Rise of populism, Brexit, erosion of democratic values in Hungary and Poland, and the spread of COVID-19 have led to several unpopular decisions, which in turn have led towards questioning the balance between security and democracy. And today there are three speakers are joining us to take on the topic and tackle the discussion. And we have Amy Slipowitz, Research Manager for Freedom in the World at the Freedom House. And she will speak about the pandemic's largely negative impact on democracy and human rights. The next speaker of today's discussion will be Lea Perokrests. She is Deputy Director of Operations concerning Europe and Middle East and North Africa in the Region of Institute for Economics and Peace, IOIP. She will touch upon some trends regarding how democracies perform in the Global Peace Index, and as well as how governments can increase their resilience through systemic approaches. And last but not least, we are joined by Ivar Sieps, a member of European Parliament and longtime expert and researcher concerning such topics as democracy, sustainability, sustainable policy, and its development, and he will comment on COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the democracy itself. Each speaker will speak for 5 to 7 minutes, and then we will briefly discuss the topic with the speakers. And in the meantime, participants, please send in your questions, as after the speaker's discussion, we will address your questions and I would kindly ask you to address the questions to a specific speaker. But if the question is meant for all the speakers, then of course send it in. And to begin, let's go with Ms. Slipowitz. I would like to give the floor to you for your opening statement.
Thank you. And thank you so much to the Riga Conference for inviting me to participate in this discussion. So at the outset, I just want to state that democracy and human rights ultimately do bolster security. I think too often we see democracy and security labeled as opposites, but really that juxtaposition is a fallacy. So ultimately, protecting democracy and human rights is how you can protect security. Last month, Freedom House launched a special report called Democracy Under Lockdown, and this examines how democracy worldwide has been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think it also speaks to consequences for security as well. Ultimately, what we found was that democracy is under threat around the world. Now, threats to democracy are not new, but the pandemic has really exacerbated them. So since the COVID-19 outbreak began earlier this year, we found that the condition of democracy and human rights has grown worse in at least 80 countries. And this deterioration is particularly acute in struggling democracies and highly repressive states. One major concern at the outset of the pandemic was that the health crisis would become quite similar to what happened after 9/11. So after 9/11, laws were hastily passed and they remain in place today. These have really led to conditions that have weakened democracy and human rights, including through practices like enhanced surveillance and violations of due process. The pandemic is a very different crisis, of course, but it similarly appears that restrictions enacted in response to the pandemic could persist long after COVID-19 has subsided. So 64% of the experts that we surveyed for this report stated that democracy and human rights in their country of focus would be mostly negative over the next 3 to 5 years. So the pandemic isn't just a crisis for democracy now, we can expect the effects to last into the future, and this can continue to undermine security. I'll also go through a few of our other key findings, which were based on a survey of around 400 democracy and human rights experts, as well as additional research into 192 countries. First, clear and transparent information about COVID-19 is failing to reach the public. Lack of transparency in COVID information was a top concern. So in fact, 62% of survey respondents said they distrust pandemic-related information from the government in their country. This, of course, can have serious consequences for people's health and ultimately for their lives. Independent media really would be essential in providing an alternative to distrustful government information, but unfortunately, the media is also being stifled under the pandemic. Nearly half of the 192 countries that we assessed experienced restrictions on the news media as part of the response to the outbreak. So this includes practices like subjecting journalists to arrests, violence, and intimidation. Governments have exerted control over what kind of content can be disseminated. They've limited access to press conferences. They've passed dubious fake news legislation and have practiced various forms of online censorship. Another area where democracy has been weakened by the pandemic comes from government abuse of power. So this has ranged from security forces committing violence against civilians to enforce lockdown measures, as well as arbitrarily detaining people for violating lockdowns. At the same time, country leaders have also exploited their emergency powers to interfere in the justice system, to crack down on political opponents, and to weaken legislative functions. I think it's also important to point out that marginalized communities are experiencing much of this abuse. Around the world, they've faced discriminatory lockdown measures, disproportionate sanctions, and really widespread scapegoating. At the same time, the international community's focus on the health crisis has allowed both state and non-state actors to carry out severe human rights violations with very little scrutiny. We know that human rights violations can be a root cause of political violence. These violations push people towards living under conditions where they have limited avenues. They're not able to participate in the democratic process, or they may be living in a sort of pseudo-democratic process where their voices just cannot be heard. So the consequences of the pandemic response are undermining both democracy and security, which of course should not be viewed as mutually exclusive. As the second wave begins, governments should be able to put in place certain restrictions in order to respond to the health crisis. It's reasonable, for example, to place restrictions on movement or public gatherings. But what is essential is that these emergency measures follow certain principles. They should be proportionate and necessary. They should only last as long as the crisis persists, be well grounded in law, and of course should be non-discriminatory. Emergency measures should also be enacted transparently and give the opportunity for individuals to seek remedies and compensation for any unnecessary or disproportionate rights violations that may have been committed during the crisis. At the same time, democratic countries, including EU countries, as well as civil society, should not hesitate to identify and then condemn human rights abuses and hold perpetrators accountable. So I'll just close by emphasizing that democracy and security go hand in hand. Having a genuine democracy in which everyone's political rights and civil liberties are respected is what will ultimately ensure long-term and effective national security. And it will also help to ensure sustainable solutions to crises like the pandemic and any future emergencies that may emerge in future years.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lipowitz, for the interesting insight on the Freedom House report. It is important to understand that, yes, we are taking a big hit from the COVID pandemic, but also it brings out and shows us the weaknesses of ourselves, and it can help us to work on that. And that's what this report is doing. It's showing us this the problems that we should look upon. But yes, Ms. Pericrest, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this introduction, and also thank you to the hosts of today's events, and of course to my fellow panelists. I think my presentation is going to fit perfectly with what Amy has just said. So to begin, I'm going to introduce a little bit about the Institute for Economics and Peace. So it's a nonprofit think tank that's based in Sydney, Australia, and we have regional offices around the world in New York City, Mexico City, in Harare in Zimbabwe, in The Hague, and in Brussels, where I myself am located. So through our research, what we attempt to do is to analyze peace and also to look at its economic value. We have a number of annual reports that we publish every year, which include the Global Peace Index, the Global Terrorism Index, as well as the Ecological Threat Register. So today I'm going to discuss a bit about the Global Peace Index, and particularly a microcosm of what we did last year in our 2020 index was look at the types of governance and how they perform compared to one another based on the indicators that we have. So the Global Peace Index overall ranks 156 countries on their levels of relative peace. So the index takes into account thousands of different data sets when we are creating them, and we look at 23 indicators in particular. These 23 indicators can be split across 3 different domains. The first domain is ongoing conflict, and this includes both domestic and international elements. So this is things like the number and the duration of internal conflicts that may be going on in a country, the number of deaths from internal conflict, the duration and the role in external conflicts, as well as relationships with neighboring countries. The second domain includes safety and security. So this is things like, what are the incarceration rates look like in this country? What's the impact of terrorism? What are the perceived levels of criminality? That's one of our few more qualitative based indicators, as well as number of internally displaced persons is included there. And the last domain has to do with militarization. So this looks at military expenditure as a percentage of GDP, access to small weapons, or small arms within a country, weapons exports, and then one positive indicator that we have here is how much each country contributes to peacekeeping missions. So as I mentioned before, in our 2020 index, we looked closely at how different forms of governance performed on the index between the year 2008 and 2020. So for this, we use the Economist Intelligence Unit's classifications for governments, which are categorized into 4 broad types. So we have authoritarian regimes, hybrid regimes, full democracies, and what they called flawed democracies. So when we look at how they've done from 2008 to 2020, we see that countries that are classified as authoritarian regimes saw peacefulness deteriorate the most. I don't think that this will be a huge surprise for anyone in the audience. However, we've also seen that there have been deteriorations in peacefulness amongst hybrid regimes, which are kind of a mix between some democratic and some authoritarian tendencies. Amongst countries that were flawed democracies, they had an average increase in peacefulness over this period, while full democracies actually saw a small deterioration in peacefulness from 2008 to 2020. This small deterioration in peacefulness we saw started about 5 years ago. And this is a reflection of growing political instability and social unrest across Western Europe and North America as well. So if we look at these different kinds of democracies across those 3 domains that I listed before, so again, that was ongoing conflict, militarization, and safety and security, we saw that the biggest difference between these 4 different classifications had to be the ongoing conflict domain. This is because the vast majority of active armed conflict over the past about decade have taken place in authoritarian regimes. In addition, all 4 types of governance deteriorated on the safety and security domain, with flawed democracies deteriorating the least. Lastly, all forms of governance improved on their scores related to militarization. So that means that overall, there was a global decrease in levels of militarization since 2008. So after almost a decade of publishing these indexes, looking at this fascinating information about how different countries are performing over a long period of time, we asked ourselves, so what? How can we use these thousands of data points in a transformative way? How can we help governments and communities contribute to having more peaceful societies? And so what we ended up doing was we took all of our data from over a decade of reporting and essentially put it through a strainer. And we looked at which elements impact peace the most. And what we came up with is our positive peace model. And I think that this ties really well into what Amy was discussing in her piece as well. So I do have to mention that the Institute for Economics and Peace is an apolitical organization. So that being said, I cannot point to any one government or type of government that's withholding these values the most. But that being said, I invite you to think about this while I'm talking to see which kinds of governments would line up the best. So the positive peace model that we created is a systemic approach to socioeconomic development and peace. It shows that when a country or a community, regardless of its political nature, invests in 8 specific sectors, it will become more peaceful. The 8 specific pillars of peace are well-functioning government, equitable distribution of resources, free flow of information, like Amy was discussing regarding COVID, good relations with neighbors, high levels of human capital, acceptance of the rights of others, low levels of corruption, and a sound business environment. When these 8 areas are invested in, we see that countries are more peaceful, they perform better economically, and they are more resilient to shocks, such as political shocks, environmental, climate change shocks, or things like COVID. So these 8 pillars serve as a roadmap for communities and governments to increase peacefulness, resilience, economic standings, and are therefore more secure. So that will wrap up my speech for today, and thank you so much. And I look forward to hearing your questions on and impact on this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bergkrest. These are some important and interesting findings on, especially in my opinion, the difference between democratic countries. And as I see, I believe we have already a few questions from the audience, and we will address them later. Now I will give the words to our last speaker, Mr. Iabs, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for organizing this whole event, even despite, well, we just can't come together. And thank you to both of my fellow panelists, because I really enjoyed your presentations, and I think that, well, both reports, both about the peace and about the democracy in times of COVID, tell something extremely important for where we are today, even despite the fact that, well, the crisis has just begun, basically, right now. When I would completely agree with what Amy Slipowitz was saying at the very beginning, that this dichotomy between democracy and security is a false dichotomy, because, well, but nevertheless, there is a strong tendency, both by decision makers and by the general population, to see it as a mutually contradictory things. And that's why, basically, this idea of having an emergency situation is extremely dangerous, especially if we look back into history, where most of the well, European dictatorial and totalitarian regimes have been established mainly by referring to some kind of an existential threat that has to be prevented. starting with Hitler coming to power, about talking about the communist threat, which is going to take over the German Reich, up until, well, whatever. Look at what's happening right now in some of the European countries. So, and in that sense, of course, this very idea of having an emergency, an exceptional politics, as different from the normal style of politics, is we have to be always extremely cautious, and all the measures in exceptional politics have to be taken with a certain time limit and with a certain legal preconditions. This is one of the main lessons we have learned during the last months. Look at what's happening in Hungary, for example. Today, when I think, or yesterday, when Orban pronounced the idea that basically, well, we are having a state of exception once again, and that's why the Fidesz government is going to use this particular period just to limit the rights of the opposition by changing its electoral legislation, which is just used, well, this is, you know, this is exceptional. We have to do something. And from that perspective, of course, but nevertheless, COVID itself, of course, is existential in a sense that, well, this is really not just some kind of a imagined threat, but it is, on the contrary, it's very real threat to our physical existence. And in that perspective, of course, well, we should deal with it like that. If we look in what's happened in European countries during this last half a year, by the European countries, I am not meaning just the EU, but Europe as a continent, what we see is there are two tendencies. On the one hand, of course, there is this tendency what Ms. Slipovitz was talking about, different kinds of, well, suppression of civil rights, dubious fake news legislation, limitations on civil rights to protest, and so on and so forth, government abuse of power sometimes, without any doubt. At the same time, what shows that this is an exceptional crisis is that what we have also seen, and this is, by the way, what is also reported in the Freedom House report, we are seeing an increasing wave of activism and protest. If I'm not mistaken, there was something like 60% of all the countries surveyed have experienced waves of public protest. And this should be taken seriously, because this is about the reformulation of relation between state and society, because in such a existential situation, people look at their government and, well, they start to perceive that government is really necessary. What we need is really an accountable, a democratically elected, and an efficient government in order to help us to prevent further deterioration of the situation. And in that sense, I would say that this is still undecided. On the one hand, of course, well, the democracy itself is in a worse shape than it used to be, let's say, a year ago, I think, in most of the continents. But nevertheless, at the same time, this is not just the one-way street that all the democracies are deteriorating. I think that we should look at our neighboring country, namely Belarus, which should also be, well, looked upon from the perspective of COVID crisis, because, well, what was happening there in August and what is still happening there, this is, well, the point where the society just wants to see a democratically accountable political power. And obviously that Lukashenko just can't fulfill this function and just can't respond adequately to this newly perceived need. And of course, my last point would be, of course, well, if we look at separate countries, this is important, analyzing them one by one. But at the same time, what we should also take into account is this, as Ivan Krastev, the Bulgarian political scientist, says, this kind of a democratic zeitgeist. What's happening with that? On the one hand, of course, now, well, being liberal Democrats, we are extremely happy about the outcome of the US-American election, presidential election, I mean. This is fine, but at the same time, of course, well, we have been seeing an increasing popularity in many countries of different kinds of authoritarian, xenophobic, homophobic, and so on and so forth, tendencies that are still there. And from that perspective, of course, well, very much depends on this international setup of how much do we invest in making democracy work in all countries. And this is what is probably also a problem for the democratic development right now, because during the crisis, the states usually are dealing with themselves because they are having a lot of problems with themselves, with health systems, with emergencies, with social support, and so on and so forth, which means that they have very often lost the interest in what's going on in other countries. Look at what's happening, by the way, in Armenia right now. Well, Armenia is probably, one of the most democratic countries, apart from the Baltic states, in the former Soviet Union right now, with Pashinyan being elected as a, well, democratic, pro-Western, and so on and so forth, Prime Minister of Armenia. Well, his power is deteriorating, also mostly because not because of COVID, but because of the war with Azerbaijan, and so on and so forth. And the West, including the EU, doesn't care much. Because we are dealing with our own problems, not getting involved in Armenian issues. And the same applies also to my place of work, which is the European Parliament, which nevertheless has succeeded in, the European Parliament has succeeded in making this requirements of rule of law and the particular rule of law procedure as a part of the legislation, how the next multi-annual budgetary framework and this big recovery package is going to be distributed. So the deal is not over because the Hungarians and Poles are still very much opposed to it for obvious reasons. But nevertheless, well, this is our task in the European Parliament to make, well, an efficient rule of law mechanism which would promote democracy and human rights, at least in our 27 member states. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ieps, for the statement. We really should look upon COVID pandemic as a drawback and opportunity at the same time. But to begin the next part of this panel, I would like to address a question of my own. Which is concerning the current events. And the question is, what is the US election impact on sustainability of democracy? Thank you. And let's start with Mrs. Slipowitz.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's really important for democratic countries to be as Ivar said, to be investing in democracy around the world. And one of the ways they can also do this is kind of by example, so strengthening their democracy at home. I think in the US, under the Trump administration, there have been some problematic actions in pandemic response. COVID-19 has kind of undermined US democracy as the Trump administration has created serious misinformation around the pandemic and sought to silence health professionals who opposed the president's claims. So I think that's quite concerning. And at home, I think there needs to be a step away from that and towards more factual information, appealing to scientific experts for what to do. And yeah, and hopefully we'll see some changes in that.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Pericrest, do you want to comment?
I will comment. I do have to mention that, as I said before, we are an apolitical organization. So my answer is not going to be on behalf of the Institute for Economics and Peace, but speaking myself as an American citizen as well. I agree with a lot of what Amy has said. I think that what we've seen over the past 4 years and also during this election period has really proven a shift in the positive peace that's happened in the United States. I think we've seen a deterioration in the free flow of information in a lot of things. I think we have increasing polarization, which is also something that will need to be addressed in the United States before it turns into something even more detrimental. I also think that through this window of polarization, we have this increasing amount of things that are acceptable to say in public. And I think Trump has also driven a lot of this with what he has deemed as acceptable to say in a leadership position. So in that way, I think there's been a deterioration in the acceptance of rights of others across the United States. And lastly, when we're talking about this positive peace model, we have good relations with neighbors. I think unpredictability is causing more friction when we're talking about international partnerships, when we're talking about the involvement in international institutions. Those are key pieces of maintaining international peace. So I'm hoping that with the recent elections, we'll be able to repair some of these relations with international institutions, and that will be a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's go to Mr. Eyaps. Would you like to comment?
The same question. Well,
yes.
I would say that, of course, the promotion of democracy, of liberal democracy in the world hasn't been among the priorities of the Trump administration. I mean, you can clearly see that. If I'm not mistaken, his first visit abroad was to Saudi Arabia, which probably isn't among the most democratic countries in the world. And he has different kinds of, well, cozy relations with populist dictators everywhere. So in that sense, I mean, this is obvious. But at the same time, to my mind, what we need, not just, well, in the US, but everywhere, is a strong, democratic and successful America. In a sense that right now, I think that Joe Biden, who is most obviously being elected the next president, really faces an extremely difficult situation because he, well, of course, he tries to approach the Trumpist side of the American society, which is reasonable, which is good, and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, he has to also deal with, well, the more left-oriented people than himself, which probably is not going to be among the most easy tasks because, the American society is polarized to a huge extent right now, and the next president is going to deal with this. So in that sense, we can talk about what Biden administration is going to do in Europe, for example, and hopefully it is going to be what Ms. Pericrest just said, that this he is going to choose a more multilateral approach and deal with international organizations. This is what Trump didn't do. But what is more needed, to my mind, even more needed, is that the American society itself stays stable and democratic. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and the main point is it was heard that these are challenging times, and we will have to face a new challenges that hasn't been approached yet. But it's in our best mind to approach them with the utmost interest and respect to them. And yes, I will go to the first question from the audience right now. The question is addressed to Ms. Slipowitz. It starts with, how should surveillance in order to limit the scope of the pandemic be balanced with respect to privacy and civil liberties? Please, Amy.
Yeah, I think surveillance has been a big concern during the pandemic. I think we can say the public health crisis is laying a foundation for future surveillance states. We have another report, Freedom on the Net, which looks at internet freedom in 65 countries. And we found that authorities have cited COVID-19 to justify expanded surveillance powers and the deployment of new technologies that were once seen as too intrusive. So these include smartphone apps for contact tracing or quarantine compliance with few or no protections against abuse, as well as governments invoking the pandemic to engage in mass surveillance, often directly in partnership with telecommunications providers and other companies. So I think these public health surveillance systems are going to be quite difficult, if not impossible, to decommission. I think it's important to note that many COVID-19 monitoring tools have not been proven to be effective in limiting disease spread, despite their very clear impact on human rights. So at the very least, authorities must prove that a proposed measure is necessary and fit to purpose. If public health experts are able to demonstrate a monitoring program's necessity and effectiveness, it really needs to include independent oversight, transparency, as well as narrowly tailored rules that minimize things like what data is collected, who collects it, and how it can be used. Without such robust safeguards, the marginal benefits of pandemic surveillance are really outweighed by the threat that they pose to democratic values and to human rights.
Yes, thank you. And I would take away a keyword from your answer, the independent oversight, which is becoming much more important for each and everybody of us. All the aspects, media, social interaction, and even our physical interaction, if COVID-19 situation doesn't limit that. But let's go to the next question addressed to Ms. Pericrest. The question states, how is the positive peace concept applicable to finding an optimal response to the COVID-19 pandemic and recovering after it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fantastic question. So actually earlier this summer, we created a report called COVID-19 and Peace. And we looked at how positive peace paired together with certain economic preconditions allow countries to become more resilient to shocks such as COVID-19. So in that report in particular, we talk about countries that had the economic preconditions paired with high levels of this societal resilience and these strong institutions that are going to allow them to recover quickly. So absolutely look at that report for the specifics there. But I want to also mention that when we're talking about resilience to something like COVID, it's really positive peace is really resilience to many things. So I also recommend to take a look at our ecological threat register, for example, that talks about resilience to environmental catastrophes, for example. All of these things really play into one another. And I think that there's a lot of overlapping elements with democracy as well that we could discuss today. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. The reports made by IYP is really worth looking into them because they're really interesting and brings out the facts that aren't quite visible in, I would say, other reports. Yes. Let's go to the next question. This question is addressed to Mr. Eaps. It states how to minimize sentiment of anti-elitism when groups of society see politicians as privileged in dictating the policy implementation.
Well, first of all, I think that this process is already taking place everywhere, including Europe, in the sense that politicians start to understand that they are not some kind of a separate group with some kind of a privilege, but they are basically just elected to do their job. The problem is how efficient have they been in doing their job. And this is, again, in many European countries, especially in Central Eastern Europe, this is a question of economic growth, but also of social justice. Because what we have seen everywhere during the last 20 years, not just here, but all over the world, is that the socioeconomic inequalities have been raising. And this causes a lot of issues regarding this anti-elitist sentiment, which leads to certain, populist sentiments and certain sympathies towards these kind of dictators or would-be dictators, or at least anti-elitist politicians like Donald Trump. But, politicians have to be efficient in terms of delivering the real results, which would be, and which would include not just economic growth, but also more equal distribution of this growth, which causes a lot of problems everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Yes, let's go straight to the next answer. Next question. This question is for. Let's just get right into it, because it's not for some specific speaker, but it's for all of you. So I will just read the question, and then maybe I will see your hands. You can raise your hands, and then I will call out the first hand that I see. And the question states, what could be the most lasting threats on democracy after COVID-19 pandemic? What could be the best way to prepare for them now? And I'm looking for the hands, and first hand will be from, it seems like it's from Leah. Go, Miss Pericrest.
Thank you, and thank you for this question. I think what we're seeing a lot of is, as we were actually just discussing about, was having increased socioeconomic inequalities and then therefore exacerbating further grievances related to this. We've already seen an uptick in the amount of civil unrest globally, and I think that's only going to continue. What we also see, though, is, and this is part of my question also that I would pose to the other panelists, is that we see an increase in amount of civil unrest during COVID and also over the past decade. For example, if you look at the period from 2011 to 2018, Europe actually had the largest number of protests, riots, and strikes over that period globally. So clearly, this is a trend that's been broiling, and I would say COVID can also push it over the edge a bit. But my question, therefore, my second question, I guess, is when do we consider civil unrest to be a tool and a voice for democracy? And when do we consider civil unrest as a sign of deteriorating democracy? Do we have a line there? I'd be really interested to hear the panelists' perceptions on that. Thanks.
Yes, that's a great question. I believe we could already get to this question. Amy, would you like to start?
Sure, that's a really good question, and I'm not sure I know how to answer it because I think it can be a fine line. I think I would, instead of answering what could be the most lasting effect of COVID on democracy, I want to focus a bit on the positives that could potentially come from this crisis. So one is that I think, as mentioned, we've been seeing a lot of really large protest movements that have emerged during the pandemic, most prominently in Belarus and in some other countries as well. We found that significant protests have taken place in at least 90 countries since the outbreak began, and they were held across all different types of regimes and in every region in the world, which I think really underscores the fact that people will continue to challenge government abuses. And I think that's kind of where that positive side of civil unrest comes in. And then at the same time, there are other openings as well. Despite democratic deterioration, journalism has been able to persist in some countries. Reporters are really risking their safety to report on the pandemic and government abuses associated with it, even in the most repressive of countries. And at the same time, I think the judicial system can also be a positive. There have been some positive court rulings that have kind of rolled back more restrictive pandemic response. So I realize I'm not directly answering your question, but it did prompt me to think of some of the positives that have come from this.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Eaps, would you like to continue?
Yes, well, all of these questions are so extremely interesting, so I just can't choose to answer. So, well, the first one is the question about the most obvious dangers to democracy apart from the COVID crisis. Well, I completely agree with what was said before about the social inequalities. Nevertheless, the technological change poses a lot of issues for the democratic development, as at least as what concerns democracy as we know it. Of course, the whole story about the Cambridge Analytica and all the possible manipulation with the public opinion by means of very targeted information and very targeted news and so on and so forth. This is still very much on the table and it hasn't disappeared. Also, the polarization of society because of different kinds of bubbles being created in the social media and so on and so forth. So the technological change, I'm not kind of, anti-technology guy because, I'm working on the technology committee of the European Parliament and so on and so forth, which means that I'm an optimist. But nevertheless, I think that the technological change we are going to face in the next, let's say 10 to 20 years is basically immense with artificial intelligence, with 5G and so on and so forth. And it will affect democracy in very diverse ways. As for the second question, the civil unrest in the world, yes, I mean, the very question is extremely important because we in the West, especially, when we are watching the TV, there is this perception that all civil unrest is somehow inherently democratic. This is, by the way, what Henry Kissinger used to write about, who is probably, never mind. If we see some kind of an unrest taking place in the West, we are always sympathizing with those people. And this approach should be questioned because we know that the civil unrest doesn't mean anything in itself. It has a certain political program and a certain political approach. Of course, from the point of view of political theory, you might still ask the question about the division, civil unrest in liberal democracies, which takes place everywhere. And then it has to fulfill certain criteria, like being peaceful, like being open and democratic, and so to being loyal to the constitution and so on and so forth, which is reasonable because we still think that democratic constitutions and liberal democracy in itself is a best available political form we can have. But when we are talking about civil unrest in countries like Belarus, this is something very much different because, these people are really fighting an undemocratic, repressive extremely strong and violent political regime. And at the same time, of course, well, the principle we should refer to is, of course, this old principle of, well, popular sovereignty, because, well, these people have the right to rule over themselves without having this kind of a, well, violent dictator. So in that sense, well, there are nuances, and the very fact that this question is being raised is very important. Thank you.
Thank you on your answers. I see Ms. Pericrest, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you so much to the other panelists for attempting to take a stab at this very complicated question that I've been thinking a lot about over the past year. So thank you for sharing your insights. I also just wanted to add in two other comments on the question that came from the audience about threats to democracy. Maybe not necessarily threats to democracy, but threats to global peacefulness post-COVID. We've talked a lot about what countries are doing domestically and domestic situations, but also when we're talking on the international level, I think COVID has brought out a lot of international tensions between countries. We've seen a lot of conversations about vaccine nationalism, for example, US and China. These kinds of things are also all shifting due to COVID. In addition to this, we expect to see a drop in aid, which I know was mentioned previously, but when you have, we have fantastic, I think, overseas development aid programs specifically coming from Europe. If these are to decrease in the future, there's a lot of other countries in the globe that depend on this aid to really hold up their institutions. And there's also even down to humanitarian crises that are really going to suffer after COVID should our economics switch to more domestic foci rather than having overseas development aid flourish during this time. So thanks.
Yes, thank you. And I see as the time is slowly running out, this will be the last question that we will be taking on today. It's addressed to Mr. Ieps, but Ms. Pericrest and Ms. Lipowitz, feel free to chime in and raise your hand and I will give you the word. The question is, does liberalism have a monopoly over civil rights and equality? Does security always entail sacrificing liberties?
Well, the first one was about the liberalism have a monopoly over
rights and equality.
No, of course not. Well, because rights and equality, civil equality, are the basic principles of modern European politics and modern Western politics, which don't belong to anyone. As for liberalism, liberalism is basically at the basis of all the other modern ideologies like socialism, conservatism, anarchism, and so on and so forth, because it sets out the scene, which is mainly dealing with the value of an individual, with the value of individual choice and individual freedom. But nevertheless, well, we can talk much about relations between liberalism and democracy, and these principles are not always very well compatible, because, should we have, let's say, a democratic right to cancel someone's human rights? Of course not. But it means that, well, these principles should be somehow made compatible. Well, we can talk about that very much because, well, this is one of my fields of study, the political theory. But nevertheless, of course not. But the liberalism is at the basis of modern politics, of course, in a very broad sense. Thank you.
Yes, and I will repeat the second part of the question, which was, does security always entail sacrificing liberties?
No. Security, but nevertheless, politics involves a certain kind of a trade-off. because, the state can be seen as an instrument which secures your civil and human rights, at the same time limiting your freedom in a sense that, the state can demand your obedience. But again, just like in the previous questions, this is always the question of balance and the question of how these broad principles work in real political institutions in a particular country, in a particular democratic setup. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for answering that. I also wanted to chime in a little bit on this topic concerning the, as it was already mentioned, the democracy and security are not the opposites, and we should look upon and comment and think about that, and as the same as civil rights doesn't come hand in hand with liberalism, there are many more options, and we should to completely understand the concept of liberalism, concept of democracy, and concept of civil rights. We need to think about them individually and understand that they are individual entities. And Ms. Perecrest and Ms. Slipowitz, do you want to comment on this questions and or this topic? And if there aren't any comments from your side, it's perfectly fine. This question was addressed to Mr. Ieps. Then I will follow up with the main takeaways of this discussion. Is basically it's with new challenges we have to find new solutions, and thanks to such professionals as our speakers, Mr. Ieps, Ms. Perecrest, and Ms. Slipowitz, we are able to follow these the solution development on daily basis. And for our viewers, the future leaders, we should look upon such tasks as a part of a necessity, to effective and positive development of our environment, of our democracy. And thank you for finding your time, speakers and participants, and thank you, speakers, for joining in and sharing your wisdom and sharing your opinion on the topic of democracy and sustainability. And I hope next year we will be able to come together and continue such topics and continue maybe unanswered questions in such style, but in person in Riga Conference 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.